amigos on the bank looking for the share. Amigos on the bank looking.
We are Atmo Esports. We set the bar and cross the finish line. Being the absolute best isn't a gift. It's a lifestyle. Fueled by dedication, it is the ability to push past your breaking point, time and time again. That is why we're here. Join us in conquering the most unforgiving environments the verse has to offer. Unite under our banner to become what you were meant to be. Against all odds, stand victorious amongst the legends. Citizens from across the known systems, from all walks of life, across the criminal spectrum, the fiercest competitors will compete in the most remote locations. Only determination, your trusted craft, and luck can carry your team across the finish line in one piece. Become a champion. Or ride the sidelines to support your favorite team, cheering them to victory. Racing is in our blood. We are Atmo Esports. We're built for this. Are you? Visit atmo.gg to learn more.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Fight or Flight 2955 Championship Sunday, where today we're going to crown a champion here for Fight or Flight. So I'm excited for that. We have the man that knows it all, the Break It Down, Mr. Break It Down, Zero State here in the house, our analyst of the day. Sorry, I had to break it down, man, for you.
Nice. Hey,
But,
crew, how you doing?
Hey, I'm doing good, man. I got to bring that energy. And then we got Thunder Lake, who was absolutely an incredible caster in addition yesterday. Thunder Lake, welcome back. How you feeling, man?
Oh, feeling great. Thanks so much for having me. I'm really excited to see what's going to happen today. I mean, this is the best of the best right now, and can't wait to see who's crowned victor.
Going to be super exciting.
Yeah.
Yep, it's very exciting. We're going to be jumping right into here soon. But before we do that, I want to give a quick shout out to the PvP Council. First of all, so I'm going to call out some names and some orgs here that has helped with the rules and putting Fight or Flight together this year for 2955. So starting off with AVS, Avenger Squadron, Blightville, starting FFK. We had Iron, Liberty Reapers, OPSEC, PAX, Shadow Moses, Two Linear, Wildcards, and Zap. So shout out to all these orgs who really came together to make sure that, the competition across the board was fair and square, and helping us, do the weapons and the ships and the rules and all that good stuff. So shout out to all the orgs, guys. Thank you so much for your help. If your org is very active in PvP community and you guys are not in the PvP Council, just DM me on our Atmo Esports Discord and let's talk about it. All right. I think the more people we have, the more even we can have the tournament be all around. So, but thanks to the PvP Council, guys. We're going to jump right into it, guys. Let's take a look at the bracket and where we left off yesterday. And we're going to talk about this, okay? Because we only have top 6 teams left to go. All right. So we have Avenger Squadron Blue, Shadow Moses, Iron Point, Cinderborn, Liberty Reapers, and Planeptune. So we have I believe we have one team from the EU still alive, two teams from EU still alive, one team from APAC, and we have 3 teams from the US. So going right over to you, Zero State, man. I know I did ask yesterday, but for the people that are tuning in that are that are watching for the first time today, how do we feel about the bracket going into Championship Sunday? How do you think this is going to play out?
Well, I mean, like we talked a little bit about yesterday, it's been tough for any team to get past Shadow Moses. Like I said, getting past that first strategy, getting past their backup strategy, that's really hard to do. These guys train together a lot. I think if there's any team out here that has a great chance of doing that, Avenger Squadron Blue, this first match is going to be a really fun one to watch. It's been really fun to watch the different teams that we kind of said, hey, we don't know about this team, we don't know about this team, and they've been doing really, really well. I feel like Cinderborn has come back a little bit through the losers bracket as well. Planeptune has been kind of a fun one to watch through their
Yep.
matches. Liberty Reapers as well. So I'm excited to see. Like I said at the end of last night or yesterday's stream, it's going to be interesting to see that losers bracket play out.
Yeah, it should definitely be a very interesting one, and to see that entire bracket run. I think these top 6 teams are very close and similar to each other. I think there's some advantages across the board, but I'm looking forward to seeing, these matches kick off, especially with starting off with the winners finals today. We're going to see the first best of 5 of the tournament. Avenger Squadron Blue versus Shadow Moses right off the rip here. So, anyways, Thunder Lake, your way, man. How do you think this bracket is playing out? I know you probably have some of the same thoughts, but for the people that are watching for the first time, this weekend, give us your thoughts.
Yeah, I'm super hyped to see exactly this first fight is going to be crazy. We have Avenger Squadron and Shadow Moses going head to head, both undefeated teams currently in the bracket, both in the group stage and in the finals. So, I mean, if anyone's going to put an L on the board, it's one of these teams for the other, right? Then we have in the losers bracket here, Iron Point, Cinderborn going at it first. That's going to be a crazy cool fight. Iron Point very methodical and trying to get things done, and Cinderborn just refusing to give up, always fighting and just putting in their best effort to take it back. So I'd love to see either of teams jump back up and try to challenge the competitors in the grand finals. Same thing in the bottom here. We got Liberty Reapers, who have won before, and Planeptune going at it as well. Both teams highly capable of potentially getting back into that grand final area. So it's going to be exciting.
Yep. No, very, very exciting. Well, I mean, let's talk about the winners finals real quick. Shadow Moses, they had to get through Breaker Squadron. They beat 388 in the group stage, and then going into the finals. Shadow Moses beating Cinderborn, and then beating Liberty Reapers 2-0 to get to this winners finals. And then for Avenger Squadron, kind of a similar run here. They had to fight MSG Screaming Eagles and then Blightfield, both 2-0'd, and then going into the final stage. They ended up beating Breaker Squadron and then beating 2-0 Iron Point. And Iron Point did give them a run for their money, even though it was 2-0. They said they did get some ships down. But yeah, we're about ready to start here. First match, we're going right into it. So let's talk about this prediction for this first match of the day, guys. We have Avenger Squadron Blue. We have Avenger 1 sticking to that 85X. 4 pigs in that Gladius, changing from, I believe, the Hawk, and then Andros in the Anvil Arrow. While we have Shadow Moses, floor mat in the Asperia Blade, bringing that back with the cannons, Amogus in the Gladius, and then Satan Nick sticking to that Santok Yai. Thunder Lake right over really quick before we get into this match number 1. What is your match count for this match here going into the start of the day?
My match count that I think it's going to be let's go with the 3-2. All the way to round 5. I think that we're looking at some maybe switch ups that happen in the initial stages. I think Shadow Moses is going to have their work cut out for them for sure, but I think AVS is going to clinch a couple spots, and then it's going to come down to that final fight for whichever takes it. I'm going to put my faith in Avenger Squadron here.
All right, Zero State, your thoughts?
I'm going to give the favorite from what I've seen to Shadow Moses here. I think it is. I think we're going to see more than 3 matches. I think there's going to be some ship changes. I think this first match, I'm just going to call it. I think it's going to hinge on the Gladius pilots. I think if those Gladius pilots can stay evasive, if they can keep themselves away from getting pancaked by the other team and get that Gladius taken out, the first team that gets a Gladius pancake might win this first match. We'll see.
All right, well, match is about to start, but before we do that, guys, remember the Matcherino. If you guys are enjoying the matches, you guys can contribute for free, ! Matcherino in the chat. And if you guys got some extra coins, in the couch, and you guys feel like this is very entertaining and you guys want to reward the competitors, you guys can always contribute directly. So thank you guys so much for your continued support. All right, Zero State, we'll be right back, man. This match is about to get hyped. All right, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, like I said, we're wasting no time. We're jumping right into it. We got Avenger Squadron Blue versus Shadow Moses. We got CF Repeaters, Avenger 1 in the 85X with the NDBs. I don't know, man. I'm a little bit nervous for this one, Thunder Lake.
Yeah, it's going to be very crazy. Right now, we see Avenger Squadron sticking to their tried and true practiced methodologies here, 85X, Gladius, and Arrow. They switched it up last couple finals with the Hawk a little bit, but perhaps they're, making sure that they don't have anything that's very easy to hit. The Hawk has a little bit of a wider hitbox. Basically, you're going to be able to hit that ship from a little further away. Format, Mogus, sorry, and St. Nick's, they're all extremely talented pilots. Literally, Spirit Blade, Gladius, and Santok Yai. I mean, they're sticking to what they've done in the finals right now, and it's going to be a very tough fight for AVS to break through. Shadow Moses could definitely take this first fight.
Yeah, I mean, other teams have let Floormat just kind of roam free as well. But I mean, I have to agree with what Zero State said. It's all about to see how evasive, those Gladiuses can be going on. And like the Gladius throughout the entire history of StarCitizen has always been, the most consistent ship, from my eyes. Has always been great, always incredible to use. But here we go. Match is about to begin. I think teams are on the way, guys, for the first best of 5 of this tournament. Avenger Squadron Blue versus Shadow Moses. Thunder Lake is on you.
All right, yeah, we're looking at everyone moving in. They're trying to look at the targets right now. They all have seen each other before, and they definitely know each other. So people are not going to be missing shots here. Everyone is laser focused and looking to take that first kill. Avenger 1 moving in with the 85X, looking at 4 pigs and Andros the Red as well. They're split up a little bit right now. Avenger 1 taking a couple pop shots over at St. Nick. And Mogus and Floormat just waiting to pounce. St. Nick's is going to be probably the primary target. Looks like they're taking some shots at Floormat, trying to get him a little bit away from his team. Not much going on at the moment. Both teams will be really careful and cautious at this moment. Avenger 1 putting in some damage, pushing on Amogus right now. St. Nick's is also taking shots. They're looking at 4 pigs, the Gladius. Right now we have 4 pigs taking some hits. Andros the Red. He's hitting Floormat. Floormat's getting red. He's taking some heavy damage. He has to get out of there. Amogus is also putting some pressure on Andros the Red. Andros the Red's shields are down. Avenger 1 also putting some damage in. Floormat has to get out of there. He's getting high pressured. St. Nick's and Amogus need to get back in. Andros the Red looking for new targets. 4 pigs. Avenger 1 are both targeting Amogus now. St. Nick's is taking some hits. Shields are going down. He still has high amounts of shields. Crucian, this is a crazy fight. Both teams.
Yeah, right now you see St. Nick's currently in that pancaking that Gladius, getting that top down, going evasive and trying to get away as soon as possible. There he goes. And I think both teams are doing a great job trying to switch and catch somebody off guard. But look at Floormat. His ship is red. If they get one more pass in there, that's going to be where the game can go to Avenger Squadron Blue. And from there, Shadow Moses is going to have to adjust their strategy here. But so far, it looks like Avenger 1 has the advantage, but it could still go either way.
Correct, yeah. Avenger Squadron put in a lot of damage on Floormat here. The Blade just not able to escape at the moment. 4 pigs as well, taking some pot shots as both teams go in for the remerge again. They're targeting Floormat again. Of course, he is going to be going evasive, and 4 pigs is taking heavy damage. 4 pigs is getting hurt. St. Nick's is laser beaming him. Right now, 4 pigs needs to get out of there. He's able to make it out, and they let him go. St. Nick's moves back. Avenger 1 takes out Floormat. It's now in favor of Avenger Squadron. They were able to pick him apart, chase him down.
What a play here by Avenger 1, doing a great job taking advantage. But I'm not sure if you saw the movement here, but teams are not sticking to their guns. Once that evasion is gone, they're switching and playing very smart here. 3v2, but 4 pigs is very damaged, so I can still think it can be a 2v2 here shortly.
It can go either way for sure, Crucian, right now. 4 pigs is in heavy damage. He could go down in an instant. If St. Nick's or Amogus gets on him, it's over. Avenger 1 putting some shots on Amogus. Oh, and Amogus got a good merge on Avenger 1. Avenger 1's in a lot of trouble right now. He's taking some shots, but he makes it out. Amogus needs to switch around. St. Nick's is targeting 4 pigs right. And 4 pigs gets taken out. St. Nick's assassinates him. Andros Red goes in. Amogus taking some shots. Avenger 1 taking on Amogus right now. It's going to be a crazy fight. St. Nick's is putting more pressure on Avenger 1. Andros Red is switching, looking to form up with Avenger 1. It's now a 2v2.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one here. I'm not going to lie to you. They're doing a very good job at getting on Avenger 1. Avenger 1's hull is red, trying to get those shields back up. And Avenger just doing corkscrewing as much as he can out of the way and hopefully surviving, using that boost to his advantage in that 85X. Both teams trying to regroup right now and hopefully get back in that merge and hopefully get another pass to get Avenger 1 down in that red hull right now.
Correct. Avenger 1 is now taking some shots. Andros Red as well. They're focusing on Saint Nix, trying to get that Sandtalk, but the Sandtalk is so tanky. The Avenger 1 with the NDBs is going to do a decent amount of damage, but Amogus will come in and sweep. Now, Andros Red is taking the 1v1 on Amogus. Saint Nix is putting in some pressure, keeping A1 out of the battlefield. It's all up to Amogus. He's hitting Avenger. Avenger 1 cannot take much more damage. They're swapping over to Andros the Red. Andros has put in work before and has taken out the Sandtuck before, but St. Nix is not letting it happen. He's putting in heavy shots on Andros the Red. Andros is very red. He's almost destroyed. Andros goes down. The alley-oop to Amogus takes down Andros the Red.
What an
Avenger
absolute...
1 takes out as well. Shadow Moses has clinched the first fight.
What an absolute play here. I can't lie to you. Amogus and St. Nix, very, very smart, splitting their damage where they need to go, getting both red. As soon as what they did is they did a great job controlling Avenger 1. They controlled him because up to this point, he's been a massive threat. They did a good job controlling him. As soon as he rotated out, guess what? We're switching to your other team, and we're going to destroy them and mess them up. Man, this was probably the most strategic fight I've seen in this tournament to date here at Thunder Lake.
Yes, yeah, for sure. Both teams are putting in their absolute best. You can see it right when it comes down to aim, maneuvering. I'm sure the communications are on point as well. They're talking to each other. They understand what their statuses are. They're sharing information, who's on who, and they have targets, right? They understand exactly in the battle space who's going to be attacking, who's flipping in, who's going defensive. They can immediately recognize when someone goes evasive and they switch over to that target. And that's exactly what you saw when Mogus and St. Nix were able to take on the 2v2 in versus Andros Red and Avenger 1.
Yeah, I don't know what changes Avenger Squadron Blue needs to make, but Avenger 1 does a great job at, sticking to what he knows. But let's see if there's any changes that are being made at all. But I think other than positioning and the split DPS that Shadow Moses brought to kind of control Avenger 1 a little bit, I think that Avenger Squadron Blue still has a great chance, to put one game on the board against Shadow Moses. I mean, floor mat going down was the first time of this entire tournament that Shadow Moses was able to, that Shadow Moses even lost a ship. So, Avenger Squadron Blue, definitely not a team to mess with here. They need to take him seriously. I'm not sure if, being up at 7 in the morning to do a tournament has something to play with, but this is going to be definitely a battle.
Every factor matters. Absolutely correct. We have Avenger 1 in that 85X is a real good chaser. He's able to take down targets that are escaping. That's what we saw in the first match. We're going to see a next one as well. It looks like everyone's going to be picking the same ships, going with the tried and true practiced methodology of what they have. It's going to be extremely exciting. Get ready for an absolute spectacle of a match when it comes down to the next fight.
Yep, I think there's going to be a lot of adjustments made. I think Avenger Squadron Blue, they got it, man. They just need to be, kind of be a little bit smart with their positioning and their split damage, the way that Shadow Moses, was able to put that control. But I think they got it, man. That Sandtalk Yai is so deadly, though, man. That Sandtalk Yai is so deadly. But I don't think the way that Sandnik plays, I don't think that that's a ship that they can currently focus. It has to be that Blade or that Gladius, which is what they're going for.
Agreed. Yeah, the strategy of each team is going to come down to who can take out their support ships. Their St. Nix is definitely a great target to shoot after they initially get that advantage, right? Mogus and Floormat doing great work at evasion and extending the time to allow St. Nix to put in that DPS. Those 4 size 3s are going to shred any of the ships that Avenger Squadron has right now. Avenger Squadron needs to focus up and work to their advantages and their communication styles to really get an advantage.
Yeah, it should be. This should be a good one here. One thing I noticed too is that that both of these teams, their trigger discipline is pretty phenomenal. Like, you saw that, hey, this guy's peeling off. We're not going to catch him. Let's switch the damage and continue bringing them down slowly. You know, and the trigger discipline of both these teams on playing smart is very, very good.
Agreed. Yeah, both teams highly practiced, very good pilots. Again, they all have fought each other not only in the PU but in tournaments prior. So it's very interesting. The flight as well with three individuals here makes a completely different dynamic, and is really exciting to watch, especially because of the coordination required to be able to switch on to another target. Now you don't have to track one target moving away, it's two. For the most part, if you push someone out, there's going to be another one showing up in any moment.
All right, here we go. Again, this is going to be a best of 5 today, so we're on in game 2. Match is about to begin here, guys. Both teams are ready. They are going to start going right into each other here across that SPK. But Thunder Lake, I think we're ready to roll.
Awesome. Yeah, it's exciting to see what we have. Let's see if there's any strategic changes that AVS puts out. SM is definitely moving in. They're following over, taking a look at their targets. Floor mat in the back right now, just keeping an eye on what AVS does. SM is completely grouped together, focused. AVS slightly more split. They're firing a couple shots over at St. Nick's. A little bit of trades at distance, just to get some of that incremental damage with those lasers, trying to get those shields down, maybe bait a push from the other team. They have to watch out for the other two, Amogus and Floormat, sticking together, and St. Nick's is extended out, trying to kind of goad them into attacking.
Yep, that's a bait right there. Something that we've seen Planeptune do a good job with the Scorpius. But here we go. We're getting some
A1's getting hit
on Avenger 1.
A1's got to get out of there. He took so much damage, and A1 goes down instantly. Floormat takes him down, saying, no, you're not going to be chasing me down today. Andros Red gets blown up, and Four Pigs is getting destroyed. All three are down instantly. Shadow Moses came back and said, this is our house.
What an unfortunate spot there. I feel like Avenger Squadron Blue got caught completely off guard, and what a play from Shadow Moses, putting them 2-0 in this best of 5. Avenger Squadron Blue, they need to adjust in what their plan is going into this match here, because if not, they're going to be dropped to the losers bracket, and that's going to put Shadow Moses automatically in that grand finals. But that was a massacre here in this round number 2.
Yeah, it seemed to fall apart. Avenger Squadron moved in, and we'll definitely take that back, and we'll have to watch that one. They went in with potentially a new plan. St. Nick's pushed in and definitely got them to engage. The fight happened, and instantly Shadow Moses switched the flip and took them all out almost within 30 seconds. Absolutely crazy to see. Extreme piloting skill we're seeing on display here today.
Yeah, I don't even know what to say about that second round. I don't think Avenger Squadron Blue, I felt maybe they didn't think they were going to jump on them like that, but Avenger 1 went down very, very quickly. He was, corkscrewing to get away. Unfortunately, that didn't work out for him either. So, wow, that's absolutely insane.
Yeah, and both teams are adjusting their strategy. You can see that from the initial fight, there was a little bit of difference, a little bit of playing for a bit. And then once they figure out the opponent's flight style, they tend to, get them done. And we see a switch coming up. Avenger 1 switching over to the Buccaneer. Higher DPS, a lot more boost, and still the fast speed similar to the 85X, but it will have a higher health pool than the 85X. Easier to hit, though, so it is a risky choice. Perhaps Avenger Squadron has a different strategy going in. They need to get this done. Avenger Squadron is at risk of dropping down to the losers bracket if they take one more loss in this round fight.
Yeah, I mean, Avenger 1 in the Buccaneer, he was using it quite often, a lot, last year in last year's Fight or Flight with the 2v2. I think in his hands, I think, he's mastered a couple of these ships. I think he does a great job at putting in the work every single day. You know, I could see this being a big different, you know, a big changer here for this team. You know, they just need to make sure they communicate and no one gets caught off guard. And hopefully they can burn down somebody fast enough before, you know, the other team gets burned down, because Shadow Moses is not currently missing right now. Their efficiency is absolutely insane. But this match to me is still the most excited one. You know, that first round, I think Avenger Squadron Blue can turn it around instead of, you know, getting 3-0'd. Hopefully they can come up with a win here in this next match.
Exactly. Avenger Squadron needs to do that. Shadow Moses is looking to make sure that does not happen. They want to maintain that record of winning every fight in Fight or Flight. So Shadow Moses has a really great shot of doing that. And Avenger Squadron is definitely looking to knock them down and bring them to losers bracket. Avenger Squadron needing to win 3 more fights in a row to defeat Shadow Moses and clinch that top spot.
Here we go. I mean, the team that wins here clinch, you know, top 2 in the grand finals, no problem. So that puts them, as I would say, in the money. I mean, Avenger Squadron as well. Even if they drop down to the losers bracket, they clinch top 3. So they are, you know, automatically in the money as well. Like I said, this crowdfunded, thanks to the community, the Matcherino, and our sponsors, we really appreciate it. So if you guys haven't claimed the code in the Matcherino yet, please do so. But man, this was man, that second round, I'm still like baffled about it, man. But here we go. Match is about to begin here. So Thunder Lake, man, take it away.
All right, yeah, this is for mostly all the marbles. This is for all the ego. This is for everything you stand for as a PvPer right now. Avenger Squadron versus Shadow Moses, some of the best fights we're gonna get. Here we go for the engagement. They're taking a look at St. Nick's. They do not want St. Nick's to be in this fight anymore. Amogus and Floormat taking some shots at long range and trying to take on 4Pigs or Andros the Red, but both teams not committing to the full engagement just yet. They see that Avenger Squadron has switched up their strategy. They're looking to see what the difference is. They understand that St. Nick's is the target. Floormat, Amogus pretty far out from St. Nick's. Again, St. Nick's trying to bait AVS to push on him. It looks like it might work a little bit. 4Pigs and Andros the Red are moving in, focusing St. Nick's. They're trying to get more pressure on the Santok guy. Santok guy is turning around for that fight. A1 firing. 4Pigs is getting hit. Right now, they're all in a brawl. That Buccaneer is taking heavy hits. Amogus focusing A1. He needs to get out of there. It's Red. He's taking a lot of damage. Andros Red putting in that fire. The arrow is taking hits. Santok guy is going to put in the work, and St. Nick's takes him out. Andros goes down. It's looking grim for Avenger Squadron. They need to turn this around and get a kill right away. The Buck is taking heavy hits. The Buck is down. St. Nick's is going crazy. He's taking everybody out. Amogus has destroyed 4Pigs, and it's over. That's it. What a fight.
It is very hard to deal with this team. This team is not a team to even mess with right now. The coordination of switching ships and the trigger discipline happening every single time. Very good baits from St. Nick's there. And I mean, going after the Santok Yai, it's very hard, Ben. It's just, it's slightly, you know, it's tanky, has good damage, good maneuverability. I mean, Shadow Moses, man, just doing a great job and taking it 3-0 against Avenger Squadron Blue. Let's head over to our analyst desk and let's see what, you know, Zero State thinks about this match, man. That was tough to watch.
Man, I
Hello.
tell you guys what. Hey, that was the second fight. Where did it go? That was really fun to watch. The first fight, I think I was, I kind of went into it thinking, hey, you know, these Gladius, they're kind of going to be hinge pins here. Both teams did a good job of protecting their Gladius for the most part. But, you know, the question I asked myself is, can AVS keep their lights away from that Santok Yai? They did a pretty good job of that for the most part. They surprised Floormat early, forcing him to kind of play tentative. Shadow Moses, they lost Floormat, but then they almost immediately hit back, and it was 2v2. Always fun to see a 3v3 come down to 2v2. The strats totally change. The teamwork has to change. The comms have to change. Your focus has to change. And SM, came through that first fight, and I think that was a big win for them. I think it was a real confidence booster. And I think that may have been kind of a hit to AVS's confidence a little bit. Man, we had them on the ropes, and they still pulled it out. That's frustrating, right? The fight theme for Fight 1 to me was stay cool, right? Stay collected. We got this, right? lean on our skills. We're going to make our way through this 2v2, and they did. In the fight number 2, I think AVS got a little bit out of position. I think Shadow Moses sent that Santok Yai forward a little bit, like you guys were saying during the match. And then they were able to surprise one of the, in this case, it was the 85X piloted by A1, surprised by those Warlord cannons. It doesn't take much to kill an 85X if you're hitting your shots. And that's just tantamount to the aim that they work with even using cannons, right? Hitting your shots is very important. Fight 3, I was pretty interested to see Avenger 1 switch to the Buccaneer. To me, that came across as a bit of a Hail Mary. He also loaded that thing down with Omni Skies. So anybody in the chat who knows anything about Omni Skies, or Omniskis, if you're me 5 years ago, that thing was meant to delete somebody, right? The whole point, I think, of his loadout was a Hail Mary, and he said, listen, I'm going to boost into somebody. I'm going to try to hit about 4 or 5 shots, and I'm going to try to delete somebody from this match. Unfortunately, that Hail Mary just didn't work out. They weren't able to get in that position, and then Shadow Moses was able to clean him up and damage that Buccaneer early, and then work through it. Saint Nick's, by the way, shout out to that guy with the aim all day in that Santok Yai. That is incredible to watch. Every time it cuts to the Santok Yai shooting at something, it's just most Santok Yais, you can kind of go, okay, it's there, it's tanky, we have to worry about it, but we can worry about these other fighters first. You got to worry about this guy like he's in a light fighter. With the aim in that Santok, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, it's very scary, especially when you're getting hit with, it's 4 size 3s or 4s or it's very scary. I think the Santok Yai is probably the best, tankier ship of the tournament. Obviously, you got the Scorpius, but apparently you guys were saying that, it was missing some PU capacitors to even, make it decent. But I mean, Planeptune made it work. But Thunder Lake, any last thoughts here on this matchup, man, that went, I felt like went a little bit too quickly.
Yeah, no, understood. Basically, we saw Shadow Moses adapt to Avenger Squadron's strategy. Instead of necessarily over chasing, they decided to hand off the target priority. You could see that Avenger Squadron would come in, they would focus a target, they would look to disengage to get to split Shadow Moses up. They didn't take that. All they did was they positioned themselves along that disengagement line, and you could see a lot of the ships where Mogus would turn in, fire a couple shots, and take that finishing kill. Whoever took the initial engagement, they would focus up, they would get those hits on, and then Avenger Squadron would look to disengage, and Shadow Moses, another member, right there, ready for it to catch that individual out. Format getting in, securing a couple kills just by aiming and moving.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. Avenger Squadron is still, in the battle here, still locked in the top 3 spot, waiting for, this next team to move up into losers final. So, I mean, Avenger Squadron still has a lot of play left in the tournament, and I'm gonna just say, look back at this matchup and just make adjustments. Right, there's 1, 2, 3 matches before we even get to them. So make those adjustments now. You have some time to go back into Arena Commander, get some matches in practices. I don't know. I feel like if against Shadow Moses, I mean, you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like if you're going up against them, either do a mirror match or have some type of same, I don't know, the same sizability of those ships, because trying something new, which I think, like you mentioned, the Omni Skies, I didn't even see that, to be honest. It could have worked out, but I think against a team of this level, it's very hard to try something new. So I would just say beat them at their own game and at this point.
That's kind of what
the other thing to remember too is that Avenger Squadron's not out of this, right? They got to regroup. They got to take a few matches and say, hey, what are we going to do? What's our game plan here for our next match? Regroup, recollect yourselves. You're still a great team, right? You smacked Shadow Moses in the face in that first fight. You guys can do this the rest of the tournament and win out. Absolutely possible.
Exactly.
And they do that, though.
We'll see.
All right. Well, it seems like our next matchup is ready. So we have Iron Point coming up against Cinderborn here next today. Yeah, I just want to make sure I was right. But yeah, we have Iron Point coming up against Cinderborn. We got Kazuka in the Anvil Arrow, General Drake Buccaneer, Husky Pie in the Anvil Hawk, Junkies in the Anvil Hawk, Macaron 1 in the Santok Yai, and then Fearless Chickens in the Gladius. So again, we're seeing that Santok Yai that's what's going to be the big thing going into this top 6. But guys, real quick, let's get your predictions. Thunder Lake, we'll kick it off to you first. Who you got?
All right. Well, I'm definitely gonna take a look at both teams, and I'm understanding that they're all using CF repeaters, which typically is the fastest weapon right now. I'm looking at Iron Point. I understand their skill. I do believe that Cinderborn has a good shot if they can take out some of the individuals of Iron Point quickly. They can turn it in their favor. My bet is on Iron Point for this one. But Cinderborn refuses to give up, and they have a good shot at taking them out.
All right, Zero State.
It's interesting to see the Buccaneer again. It's going to be unique to see how they use that, because the Buccaneer, can be a very good boom and zoomer. The Hawk, very similar to that. We're going to see. I feel like Iron Point's kind of coming with a bruiser loadout here. I feel like Cinderborn's kind of coming with a little bit more of a tanky loadout. They got Gladius, Hawk, STY. So we're going to see how they use that. I think the two hinge pins for me on these two teams is the Santok Yai. Can Macaroni use that Santok Yai, like we've seen in the past? And can Genel use that Buccaneer to its strengths as well and keep himself away from damage?
All right. Well, match is about to begin. So, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know who you're rooting for, but Iron Point versus Cinderborn, Zero State. We'll be right back. All right, Thunder Lake, another good matchup. We're swimming through these matches very quickly. I didn't give my prediction, but honestly, if Cinderborn can do a good job at using that Santok Yai, I'm going to give it to them. I'm going to say this game is going to be best of 3 because it is not one of the finals matches. So I'm gonna say Cinderborn is gonna take it 2-1 against Iron Point. I mean, look, I'm not. By the way, when we do predictions, guys, okay, don't think like we're taking that team's like favoritism. A lot of people have a lot of weird thoughts, man. This is a broadcast. We're trying to give you guys entertainment. Look, predictions is all part of it. It's like when you're talking about football Sunday and you're trying to make predictions about your favorite football team. Same exact thing, okay? You're going to say my football team is going to win, but they end up losing anyways. But Thunder Lake, yeah, man, I'm excited about this one. I think Iron Point does have it, but I'm going to give it to Cinderborn because I think that Santok Yai, if they know how to use it well, is too strong.
We've seen strategies like this really come out on top. And if Genel doesn't get the Buccaneer going, it can go in Cinderborn's favor really quickly. Like you said, that Santok Yai has been a beast of the third ship choice on the team. Anvil Hawks, both mirrored. Husky Pie and Junkies have to probably take those fights. And the difference is Kazuka in that Arrow versus Fearless Chickens in the Gladius. Let's see which team has more mastery of their ship, and let's see which strategy prevails in this fight.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, our match is already underway. Iron Point versus Cinderborn. I'm excited for this one. Let's see which team is going to be knocked out of the tournament and which team is going to move forward. Thunder Lake, it's on you.
Yep, this is exactly what you mean. This is the last shot of both teams. They cannot afford 2 losses here. They need to take this W. Kazuka looking over to see what Cinderborn is doing. Genel keeping an eye on Kazuka. Junkies, Macaron, and Fearless Chickens all grouped up together. Kazuka leading the team in. Fearless Chickens is taking an eye. He's in the back, playing that assassin role, maybe going in to jump in. Macaron pushing in with that Santok Yai, baiting the shots. Genel taking some hits at the Santok Yai. Santok Yai pulling out. Macaroni moving away from the team fight. Husky Pie and Junkies might take that fight. Kazuka and Husky Pie are jumping Junkies right now. He's in trouble. He's moving away. He's at 1,000 meters. He's not getting that much effective damage, but Junkies is moving back. He's still distance. Husky Pie is getting the merge. Junkies is in trouble. He needs to get out. Where's his team? Genel's putting on some shots. He's got some hit. Junkies is taking hits. Husky Pie, Kazuka, and Genel, they're holding true. Macaron, he's hitting right now. There's a lot of people engaging left and right, moving one engagement. Here, they're switching so fast. Nobody's down just yet. Everybody is playing this super safe. They're just engaging. Fearless Chickens is out, moving back in. Junkies is taking some damage. Kazuka, Iron Point, they don't look like they have much damage on their ships. Husky Pie back at full resources. He's ready for a fight. Macaroni and the Santok Yai couldn't put the damage on during that initial engagement. They're all
Yeah, it's
reforming
gonna
now.
be it's all over the place right now, like you're mentioning Thunder Lake. But man, there's so much disengagements and things happening. Junkies is the only one that has the bad end of the stick for that trade, getting some damage on that hull. But here we go. Teams are pretty much coming back together, and hopefully they can re-engage here shortly. And they're just staring at Junkies right now. Kazuka just having that target on there. They're gonna have to play it out better. But it seems like communication is a little bit split here. But I think that, this thing can go either way. But unfortunately, with Junkies getting some damage on that Hawk, that's going to be a disadvantage to Cinderborn here, Thunder Lake.
Yeah, sir. Geno putting on a lot of damage over the Santuck Yai. They're now re-engaging Kazuka, putting some pressure on him. Kazuka needs to use that arrow to disengage. He's in trouble. Kazuka's got merged on. Fearless Chickens is coming in. Can Kazuka make it out? Kazuka got out, but Junkies is taken out. Geno and Husky Pie were able to take out Junkies during that. Kazuka baited them out and took them down.
That was unfortunate there. Junkies and Kazuka almost going down themselves there and almost getting wiped out. Look how red that hull is on Kazuka. But, I mean, this can still go either way. If Macaroni and Fearless Chickens can both get on Kazuka and take him out quickly, that should hopefully give them an advantage. Have that Santuck Yai kind of lead a little bit into the fray and absorb some damage in the beginning.
They're focusing that Santuck Yai. The Buccaneer is doing so much damage. The Santuck Yai is switched. He's looking around. He's trying to make it out a little bit. He needs to turn and fight, perhaps get that Buccaneer off of him. The Buccaneer is just putting in damage and damage. The Santuck Yai is in trouble, but they're probably going to focus Kazuka because Kazuka's red, but Kazuka is evasive. The Santuck Yai is taking heavy hits, and Kazuka takes out Fearless Chickens. Macaron takes out Husky Pie. It's now a 2-on-2. Kazuka takes out Husky Pie, and Cinderborn is down. Geno comes in, clutch. Kazuka evades all damage, and Husky Pie trades his life for 2.
Yeah, that was unfortunate there. Macaron just flying around, and they just said, you know what? He's going to be flying around trying to bait the damage here. And they just took down Fearless Chicken fairly quickly, hopefully finding that pancake that everybody loves so much. Shout out to Zero State, but that was unfortunate. That put I believe Iron Point up 1-0 versus Cinderborn here in this round number 1.
Yeah, no, exactly. This is wild. Obviously, we saw the individuals doing their best, focusing targets, but Iron Point, very methodical in what they did. They focused up and they took out targets one at a time. They got Kazuka damaged. Junkies and Macaroni and Fearless Chickens were really methodical, trying to get that shots on. They targeted Husky Pie during the fight, but that Buccaneer was just left undestroyed, untargeted, and he was just able to put in damage.
I couldn't have said it better there. I was just about to mention that about the Buccaneer. It was just like, you can't leave this, this ship with 5 different weapons, especially CF repeaters, to just light up that Santuck Yai. That thing went from green to red within seconds. The shields went down very, very quickly. So, I mean, no, very, very well played by Iron Point, doing a good job at, being able to handle, the comp that Cinderborn came with.
Yeah. Geno putting in a lot of work there, just showing that it is not only strategy, but pilot skill and team coordination. Cinderborn need to tighten up here, and they need to focus the targets that are our priority. Kazuka is going to be evasive. He's using an arrow. It's a small ship. It's got high Gs in its side strafes. He's able to get out of there. He was able to take a lot of damage as well. Sometimes I can see some of these arrow pilots living more than they should. Not sure what they put in there. Maybe they ate a torpedo burrito or something, but they're flying out of this fight like nothing other.
Oh man, the winner of the tournament gets invited to the double dog cookout.
Yeah, exactly.
The double dog
Sure.
cookout. So hey, all the PvP orgs are invited, guys.
There we go.
Man.
Nice.
What a trip. All right, Kazuka's trash, I believe. So just stand by until we get this team back ready to go. But remember, guys, these losers round 3 matches are best of 3. So if Iron Point takes this next matchup, that's going to be it for Cinderborn. So Cinderborn has to strategize and come back with it. They need to put in their head in their game, figure out exactly what went wrong during that last match and how they can improve going into the next one, and hopefully they can tie it up 1-1. So But yeah, I mean, look, man, all I can say is that I'm loving the different ship picks, and you know, this is something that we didn't have when you know, when we had 2v2. A lot of 2v2 was always you know, mirror matches, and it was the same thing across the board, and 3v3 really is doing a great job at bringing out all these different, you know, ship compositions and types. And I ain't gonna lie, man, seeing the Santok Yai, oh baby, that's seeing the, you know, the Apoas out there, you know, battling out in PvP. It's absolutely incredible.
It's great to see such a variety of ships, and we're looking at both teams. They need to now realign, refocus. Cinderborn needing this one win. Iron Point just needing to win this, and then they move on to the next losers bracket, seeing if they can move out of the losers bracket back and fight in the finals for that top spot, getting into that top 3. Cinderborn is focused. They need to be coordinated, working together, maybe utilizing Macaroni and Junkies together, with Fearless Chickens moving in, taking some shots, and then moving out. Gonna need some pressure on that for sure. Husky Pie and Kazuka will likely be working together. That Buccaneer doesn't offer a lot of support when it comes to tanking any damage. So we'll see what this next fight entails, and if any strategies change from the teams based on the first fight.
I believe both teams are about ready to go, and our countdown is about to begin. Same team, same composition. No ships have been changed. You still got Kazuka in the Arrow, Gentle Buccaneer, Husky Pie in that Anvil Hawk, Junkies in the Hawk, Macaroni in the Santok Yai, and Fearless Chickens in the Gladius. And I believe the match is underway. Ladies and gentlemen, will Iron Point move on, or will Cinderborn survive? Thunder Lake's on you.
All right. Geno's pushing forward again. Kazuka taking the lead. Macaroni pushing forward as well. They're all following that Santok Yai, using to see its shields. Interesting to see that both teams are going right for each other right now. Kazuka taking a look, analyzing where the positioning of the opponents are. Macaroni not pushing in completely just yet, just staying out of range for that initial engagement. We're likely to see test each other, fire a few shots, wait for a baited push, and then strike that target. Junkies and Fearless Chickens, Macaroni need to work together to take out this Iron Point team. The Iron Point team must break apart Cinderborn, make sure that they are far distance, and then they can strike with that Buccaneer.
All right, here we go. Let's see if we can get our first engagement here. I feel like we see in some targets. Gentl's already targeting that Santok Yai, you know, trying to get some slight damage on there, and Macaroni doing the same thing.
Yep, Macaroni's taking some hits, right? Gentle is pushing in. Fearless Chickens is engaged. He's taking some shields down. That Gladius is now going nab mode. He's pushing out. He can't take much of that hit. Can he engage? He's out of the fight. He went back into SCM right away to re-engage. Macaroni putting in the work on that Hawk. They're focusing Husky Pie. They understand the Hawk is easy to hit. They're switching around, and Gentle assassinates Fearless Chickens. That Buccaneer caught him out at the right time, and that is one down for Cinderborn. The advantage is now to Iron Point. They did the exact strategy they needed to do. Fearless Chickens escaped. Gentle came in there and took him out. Now we're looking for a re-engagement. Iron Point is going to take their head and walk out, regenerate everything, and re-engage.
Yeah, what I can see is Iron Point doing a great job at switching to their targets when they need to. They seeing somebody disengage, kind of like the same thing we saw in that match number 1 for with Shadow Moses and Avenger Squadron. So Iron Point kind of, you know, doing a great job and just being ahead of the, you know, being ahead one step of Cinderborn here. And here we go. It's a 3v2. It's going to be very difficult. I don't see much damage in any of these ships. Everybody's hull is still nice and fresh and clean. But here we go. Macaron jumping. Macaron jumping on Gentle, trying to get Gentle out. Gentle currently, shields are currently down. And Gentle taking some heavy damage. He needs to get out of the way. And boom goes Junkies. Yep. Junkies goes down here. Kazuka doing a great job at targeting. It's a 3v1 situation. Macaroni has nothing else to play with. 3v1. Unfortunately, this is going to go to Iron Point.
He's
2-0.
Iron Point wins it exactly as you say, Crucian. Great job. This is crazy. Iron Point pushes ahead and moves along in the losers bracket.
Yeah, that was a tough one. I saw that, Junkies just was taking damage while a Macaron was jumping on General. And that was super super tough. But Iron Point 2-0, man. 2-0. I didn't see it this way. I felt like Cinderborn could have it, but let's jump back to the desk and hear Zero State thoughts. Man,
Fun fights. Fun fights. Nice to see the buck involved. We like to see that.
I mean, when
Twice
when
today.
you let it run free like that, it's like, hey,
Absolutely. That was one of my notes. I said, in all caps, I wrote, Buck gets involved. Don't sleep on it. In the first fight, I feel like, I right away we kind of saw Gentle and the Buck. It was they mostly ignored the Buck. He was kind of off to the side a little bit. Wasn't really getting involved early on. I think they kind of got involved a little bit later in the fight. My question that I asked myself in my notes was kind of, can the Buccaneer third party in this fight? Let's see what happens. Or, are they going to go after, Cinderborn going to go after that Buck a little bit more? And luckily for Iron Point, they didn't. Because that 2v3 would have been rough if they'd have caught that Buccaneer out, which we saw in a past match, right? We saw in a past match with Avenger Squadron. That Buccaneer got caught out kind of early, heavy damage on it. Now it's got to play really safe. And they didn't have that. Iron Point didn't have that problem, where their Buccaneer was pretty much green the entire match, both matches. In fight 2, kind of the story of that for me was that Buccaneer really got involved, and that was kind of fun to watch. Both teams started playing kind of tentatively, and the Santok Yai from Cinderborn just couldn't brawl long enough, couldn't stay in the fight and brawl long enough. They were really avoiding that Santok Yai pretty well, kind of waiting for the end to deal with that, and they couldn't. It didn't help Cinderborn trade the way that they wanted to trade with some of these other ships that were coming in. So the Buccaneer getting involved and not getting punished for it, I think, was really the story of fight 2.
Yeah. That was that I mean, leaving that Buck with just 5 deadly weapons, it's not easy, but I think that Iron Point did a great job at, dealing where they're trying to go after the Buck. Iron Point, their team did a great job at backing up that Buccaneer to make sure it didn't go down whatsoever. Thunder, like, any extra thoughts here on this matchup here, Iron Point versus Cinderborn?
Yeah, it was a very entertaining fight for sure. Both teams put in a lot of effort. I think even when they lost the Hawk on Junkies side of teams, I think Macaron and Junkies had an idea of how to win. They needed to focus together, take that engagement, use the Santok's hull to their advantage, and Iron Point was able to focus fire. They took out Junkies, then they took out Macaroni, and Macaroni didn't have any boost left, so he couldn't disengage. And with using those 3 ships to your advantage, when you have 3 different boost pools, you can kind of control the fight there by moving in and out, cycling shields and stuff. Fearless Chickens, unfortunately, getting captured and taken down by Genel there. It was a huge turning point for that second fight.
Yeah, very, very good point on that. But here we go, man. We Iron Point moves on and into our next matchup. Let's take a look quickly at our updated bracket before we get into our next matchup here. But as you can see, you got Shadow Moses into the grand finals, awaiting the winner. They're on the winner side of grand finals, so all they need to do is win once. Anybody that comes up from the losers finals are going to have to win twice, 2 best of 5s in order to be champion. So it's not going to be easy, especially against Shadow Moses. Iron Point moving on into the semifinals for the loser side, and then next matchup is going to be Liberty Reapers versus Planeptune. So we see Europe versus APAC, which is awesome. The previous matchup, Ironborn versus Cinderborn, was EU versus Americas, which I love it. So this is what competition is all about. I love getting all 3 regions across the board together. So once again, to every single participator from the group stage all the way to the final stage, we appreciate you guys jumping in. And again, guys, don't be scared. All right, come on in, jump into Fight or Flight next year, and show them what you got, regardless of I would say the flight model, man. Just come out and have fun, just like what these teams are doing. They're putting on a clinic, they're putting on a show. So anyways, jumping right into it, guys. All right, Liberty Reapers versus Planeptune. We'll kick it off to you for Zero State. Who you got?
I think it's going to be really interesting to see the Blade and the Santok Yai working together with a Hawk. That's a lot. That can be a lot of damage. It's a little bit tough to know who to target first. I think that Hawk is going to have to be careful from Planeptune to not get targeted, not get caught out, not get caught without boost. That Hawk is going to have to manage boost really well, manage evasiveness really well, and really, I mean, be spatially aware. Understand when people are getting behind you. Understand if you're on a target. Find out right away. Keep an eye out. Am I getting peeled? Am I getting third partied right now? I got to get out of here. Right. That Hawk has to keep himself safe. On Liberty Reapers, we get to see Haiba in the Bandit Defender again. I'm a big Bandit Defender fan. I think it should have 2 times the hull HP CIG, but other than that, I like it a lot. It'll be interesting to see what Haiba does, because Haiba has been running that Bandit Defender quite a bit. Mixing that with the damage output of the Hawk and the damage output and tankiness of the Santok Yai, that'll be a really tough team. It's going to be Haiba trying to stay away from people in the Bandit Defender versus Planeptune and Moment trying to stay away from people in the Hawk. We're going to see how that plays out.
All right, Thunder Lake, your thoughts going into this next matchup?
It's going to be a very interesting fight for sure. Liberty Reapers has been known to be very skilled, coordinated, and tactical in their decisions. They have switched up a couple of ships, I believe, but Banner Defender, Santok Yai, and Hawk, again, Zero State is completely on the money there. Those are going to be dangerous ships. Both teams are going to be potentially baiting each other out a little bit, probably taking it a little bit slower than what we've seen before. But once one team gets that advantage, I can see them pressing it into the ground. And Planeptune, I understand that they're from APAC. They're representing right now. They're basically pushing their way up to the finals. Let's see if they can get through this. I do predict that Liberty Reapers will take this 2-0.
All right, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Zero State, we'll be right back. All right, this match is about to begin, ladies and gentlemen. One thing I wanted to mention really quickly here is that Red X Priest is not in his normal Scorpius. He's still in a pretty tanky ship, but again, we've mentioned enough. Santok Yai, very, very, very rounded ship, tanky, good maneuverability, and has very great damage with those 4 weapon points there. So, but here we go. We have our next matchup here. This is going to be very, very interesting. And we're about to get it going here. Oh, it looks like somebody probably got kicked from the lobby, but they should be back here shortly. What do you think needs to play out here for Planeptune to take down Liberty Reapers? Do you feel like the Bandit Defender is going to be their target this time around?
It's definitely a weak point. I believe that Red X Priest and Moment XR in the Hawk and the Santok Yai need to work together to really take down either Sego the Hawk or Hybrid and the Bandit Defender. They can target Red Rum. They can trade Santok for Santok, which I've seen work out in other fights. But what Planeptune needs to do is to take down either Haiba or Sego and then focus Red Rum with all 3 ships. Now, I think that they can do it. They definitely have shown their capabilities of disengaging, playing opponents' weaknesses, and finding that opening. Liberty Reapers, all they need to do is lock in, take out that blade. It's the weakest ship on the field. Maybe Moment XR if they move out of position, and they can really take this win.
Yep, here we go. All right. I believe we're still waiting for one team member to get in position. But like I said, man, I think, for any team that moves on to the grand finals, in order to get to, to take any type of play against Shadow Moses, that they got to play against they have to play their own game, right? Like right now, you see Planeptune since yesterday change around. Hey, no Scorpius. We're gonna use the blade instead of the arrow. And then they have the Anvil Hawk into play. I like this composition. Let's see how it plays out for them. Hopefully they'll be able to adapt against an insane team like Liberty Reapers going into it. So I always love, like Zero State said, always also love seeing the Bandit Defender. But hey, let's see what happens here.
Exactly. Haiba's now moving in. They're pushing out Red Rum first. Siego's leading the charge with the Hawk. System MUD and Red Priest are following along. Moment XR, both Hawks in the front, looking to take some fire before, and those Santuks looking to move in, merge on an opponent, and annihilate them with the DPS. System MUD is following closely behind. Both teams pretty close together. Right now, Moment XR is holding. We're going to see a long engagement distance range and a lot of baiting. They're going to wait to see if an opponent pushes in, makes a mistake, and each one will choose. Both teams having DPS, enough DPS to take out almost any ship fairly quickly if all 3 are able to fire at the same target. It's going to be very interesting to see if Haiba can maximize the use of that defender, as well as the blade for System MUD. See how this plays out.
Yeah, Band of Defender accorded to a light fighter here, but hey, man, that's what CIG has it deemed, even though it has, you know, 2 shield spots here. But let's see what happens in this first engagement here versus Liberty Reapers and Planeptune. This is looking good. I love seeing Apex still standing strong here, getting a little bit of damage here. Sego on that, targeting that other Hawk from the other side from Moment XR. And they're trying to see. I think what Planeptune does a great job at, Thunder Lake, is staying together. They do a very good job of that.
Correct. Yeah, they're definitely staying together. They're trying to get Liberty Reapers to find a weakness or a hole, or potentially bait them into there. Right now, Liberty Reapers is not taking it, but Haiba pushes in, maybe on the side a little bit. Nope. He's staying with his team. They are not getting isolated. Both teams will have a merge at some point in time, and this fight will take off in an instant. Red Priest trying to get some shots in. Moment XR moving in to get some shots on the opponent Hawk. Again, Hawk v Hawk battling. Let's see if they can take him out. Ciego as well, re-engaging that Hawk, trying to get those shields low, seeing if anyone crosses that line. As soon as they get closer than 1,000 meters, you know the fight will be on.
Yep, here we go. Still very, very slow. Again, APAC, the way they play is that they're very slow. They have a lot of patience here. But, you know, you see Haiba moving in. We're at 1.5 clicks. There's going to be the first goal. Moment XR is going to be that target, but he switches off there.
Correct, yeah, Ciego is now taking some hits. They're focusing the blade, just like we said. If they can take the blade down, it's going to be over. Haiba's putting in a lot of damage. The blade goes down. System MUD. Haiba got to get out of there. Can they get the reef trade? Haiba is taking some hits, but he's out. Red Rum is now looking for targets right now. Red X Priest is spinning around, trying to get some hits. Moment XR putting some damage on the enemy Hawk, and LR have the advantage, 3-2. Moment XR pushing back in toward Red Priest, trying to reform. They need to get back in line, and LR has the advantage. Haiba was able to make it out. They put in the damage. All of them focusing fire on System MUD and took that blade out in an instant. Absolutely wild. Great execution of the plan.
Yep, great execution there by Liberty Reapers. It looks like Haiba's got his shields back up, and it seems like there was a little bit of a split, you know, damage across the board. You saw one team, you know, one member of the team of Planeptune going after Ciego. You see people going after Haiba as well. Haiba did a great job. As soon as his shields went down, he trusted his team to finish off System UD and then get out of there as soon as possible, because he was getting some very tough shots there on Haiba. But overall, I think Liberty Reapers is probably going to clinch this first match or first round of this matchup.
Yes, now Liberty Reapers has the advantage. They can press it for sure. Ciego moving in to try to hit that Santuc Yai. The Santuc Yai's shields are down. It's taking heavy hits. All 3 LR members are taking that Red X Priest. Red X Priest is in a lot of trouble. Red Rum is not, unfortunately, doing enough damage. He's spinning around. He's taking some hits. He's got to get out of there. Red Rum is also taking some hits. Red X Priest is in trouble. Moment XR trying to get as much damage on, and Red Priest is destroyed. LR is taking this fight one ship at a time. Moment XR trying to get some damage. Maybe he can get Haiba. Haiba's taking some hits, but he switches off. Ciego's going after him. He's on top of him. Moment XR is destroyed, and LR takes it 3 ships to 0.
Wow, LR slowly but surely was able to manage and strategize and take him down bit by bit, brick by brick. That was, man, or ship by ship. Let's put it that way. It's a brick by brick. I'm over here thinking I'm casting COD or some shit, but no, it's a very, very great job by Liberty Reaper staying composed across the board. I think, again, like I mentioned, Planeptune, a little bit of probably miscommunication of, you know, I think if they would have put all their baskets on Haiba when his shields went down, maybe that would have went well for them. But System UD did not survive that first pass in that blade.
Yeah, System MUD really needs to pick it. System MUD needs to get in that fight, probably not get prioritized, understanding the blade is a weaker target. The amount of damage that Haiba, Red Rum, and Ciego put on that target is just astronomical. The guy will go down in seconds. So they have to play this really smart. It looks like they probably are changing up a little bit of strategies, seeing from maybe Moment XR bringing out the arrow. We'll see what the rest of the team brings, potentially some switch-ups as well. But Liberty Reapers is a real good shot of 2-0ing this and moving them on to the next part. Planeptune needs to focus the same target. They need to identify who they're targeting, not get baited by those first initial shots. We can see that Ciego and Haiba targeted one of the ships, Moment XR, and then swapped over to Red X Priest. They understood that they needed to bring their DPS on the Santuc Yai, who was the larger threat, and Liberty Reapers methodically pushed out Moment XR a little bit and then focused Planeptune, taking him down. Planeptune needs to coalesce all of their firepower on a single Liberty Reaper, take him down, get the advantage to win this next fight.
Yep, we see a quick sip change here by Moment XR in the their Moment XR was changing from that Anvil Hawk and going back to the arrow. And funny, I called out, pretty surprised that they went to the Hawk instead of the arrow, but it looks like we're gonna have that adjustment and that switch. Love seeing the arrow still in play too, even in today's 3v3 tournament. So let's see if that's going to be the difference maker with Planeptune. I think Planeptune, I think once they, are able to kind of, like you said, focus fire and that appropriate team member in the Liberty Reaper side and have proper positioning, I think they can really bring this out. But again, Liberty Reapers is not a pushover team. It's a team that, they've been around for some time. Really great PvP team. So let's see if Planeptune can tie it up, or if Liberty Reapers is going to go right into going up against Iron Point here shortly.
Agreed. Yes, I'm a little worried about some of the strategy change. I understand that they swapped over to an arrow rather than the Hawk. I do believe the Hawk might have been fine. The difficult problem is that Planeptune did a lot of damage on Red Rum. They actually focused him down pretty quickly in that last engagement, even though it was just Red Priest and Moment XR. I don't believe the arrow is as tanky as the Hawk, so it's going to be very difficult for them to focus Red Rum in the brawl if Moment XR is in the arrow and he gets targeted.
Yep. Well, let's see. I mean, hopefully this time around, System UD can, stay surviving, a little bit longer and get those shots that he needs to hit. But I believe we're getting both teams ready in their positions, and then we should be getting started here shortly.
Awesome. Can't wait to see this fight. This is everything for Planeptune. They need a win here to tie it up 1-1. Liberty Reapers just needs to continue doing what they do best, murdering those opponents in front of them. And Planeptune will need to pull it together, focus those Liberty Reapers down, and take them out one after the other. It's going to be very interesting. This is for everything.
All right, here we go. Match has begun, ladies and gentlemen. So give it up in the chat. Who you rooting for? You're rooting for Planeptune from APAC or Liberty Reapers from EMEA? Who's going to move forward? Will Planeptune survive, or will Liberty Reapers move on to go up against Iron Point for the losers finals matchup here shortly? Thunder Lake, it's on you.
Moment XR is moving in first with that arrow, perhaps looking to evade some of those opening shots. They understand that both teams want to weigh each other's options out, see if one of them focus up. LR probably feels a little bit more confident in their abilities here if they can take the fight. Last time they engaged with all three and they were able to isolate a target and take out System MUD. System MUD playing it in the back line a little bit more, changing up their strategy. I think that's a great idea. They need that blade DPS, and they need to be able to take out one of these team members. Moment XR firing at long range to try to take down some of the shields, just to kind of get that minor advantage in the future. It's not typically as effective as pushing in, but at the same time, sometimes when you push in and use your resources, you can get collapsed on by the enemy team. It's very difficult to make that first initial engagement, and we're going to see that probably from Liberty Reapers here, but I'm not sure exactly. Planeptune could pull something out of their hat.
Yeah, I'm pretty surprised that both teams are just like let some, unless they took off their missile racks, which it is a valid thing, but man, throw some missiles out there and see if something lands. You could get lucky. You never know. Starting off a fight with a red hull and a ship could be a huge advantage for a team. So I would be just, tossing things out there.
Here they go. Boost is being used. Liberty Reapers pushing in on Santuc Yai. They swapped over to System MUD. They're targeting that blade again. He's in trouble. He's getting out of there. He's trying to disengage. The Santuc Yai, Moment XR is focusing Red X Priest. They're trying to collapse. Right now, not much is happening. Right, Haiba is looking with that defender. Both shields are down. Everyone's using all of their energy, trying to get Haiba. Haiba takes out System MUD. The blade is now down again. The same strategy playing out. Round two. Haiba looking to get out. Swapping over. The arrow is now nabbing. Red X Priest and Moment XR moving out, but Moment XR is caught. He's back in the fight. He didn't fully disengage. That Santuc Yai shields are down. Red Rum is now disengaging. He's got no boost left. He could be going down. System MUD is taken out. Haiba is looking for a new target, and Liberty Reapers collapsing, and now they have more damage on Planeptune. Planeptune getting together, reforming with less on the field than last time. They have a little bit of damage on Red Rum, but I don't see this playing out in their favor. They have to get something going here.
Yeah, a little bit of a regroup here. If you've noticed, Moment XR was left out there on his own while Red X Priest was trying to focus in a different target. And this is what I'm talking about. Like, there is not much of a focus target with Planeptune, and you're seeing a lot of, separated battles here. You saw Haiba's shield went down as they're trying to help out System UD, so he, to make sure that he survives. But that didn't work out because you just have the Hawk just putting in as much damage. Just like right now, they're concentrating on Red X Priest. Sego just going right into it. They're a little bit far away, probably 1.2 clicks away, and now here comes the engagement. Sego, everybody's currently in that Santok Yai. Santok Yai shields are still up, though, but man, this is a battle. It looks like Liberty Reapers is probably going to end up taking it 2-0.
Red Rum's in a lot of trouble right now. He basically has nothing in the tank. He's nav mode. He's disengaging. LR is just putting on the aggression. They know they have the advantage. They're looking, and it's methodical targeting right now. Siago is pushing in. Haiba is also looking for a target. Red Rum are now reforming, and they're getting small incremental advantages every engagement. Planeptune needs something here. They need to be able to focus. They need to regenerate shields. They're focused. They're pushed together, right? Moment XR is leading the charge, right? But they have not much going on. It's LR is taking this team apart one fight at a time. They're being very, very methodical with this.
Yep, here we go. Both Moment XR hulls, the Red X Priest hulls are all red. It just takes one more pass here. Here comes the engage from Sego, already concentrating on that Red X Priest. Red X Priest is taking damage. He's about to go down. The rest of the team is concentrating on the arrow as well.
Moment
Haiba on the
XR
arrow.
down.
And there goes Moment XR. Haiba taking him out. And then all is left. It's the lonely Santok Yai, Red X Priest, to see if he can 3v1 here for Planeptune.
Yeah, it's gonna be
about
it's very dire. It's gonna be very dire for him. Red X Priest had nothing else here, but he has full resources. He's targeting Siego, and he's pushing off. LR can literally move out. Santok Yai getting 3 shots on all different sides. He cannot make anything happen. They're taking out Red X Priest. He's about to lose it, and then they're going to be out of the tournament completely. He's got no shields left, and Siego takes down Red X Priest for an LR victory.
There we go. LR 2-0. One thing I will say quickly, Planeptune, is such a pleasure to have you guys in a tournament. You guys showed up for 8-pack. Zap showed up for 8-pack. All of the 8-pack teams, guys, you guys are absolutely incredible, in this championship bracket. But let's get back to the desk here and get Zero State's breakdown of Liberty Reapers versus Planeptune. Great fights.
All right. Good fights. Love to see the Bandit Defender. Love to see it get used. Shout out to Haiba. I think I said in the Twitch chat while I was watching, I got to buy Haiba a beer sometime for advertising the Bandit Defender as much as he does. Great strategy from LR. I feel they really did a good job of keeping the Bandit Defender at range, allowing it to be a bit of an assassinator. In both fights, we kind of saw the same thing play out from Liberty Reapers. They went after the blade first. The theme for this match to me was counter sniping the sniper, right? That blade with the cannons is kind of meant to hang out, jump on somebody's back, and hit him, right? Hit him with those cannons and finish people. And they just got that out of the equation right away. It was really interesting to watch, and more interesting to watch in fight 2. Planeptune didn't seem to adjust to that very well. Their blade was kind of out of position again, System UD, and got caught again. Luckily, in the second fight, they did try to trade by hitting the Santok Yai and the defender, but they split their fire a little bit. The defender was able to get out, and the Santok Yai was able to get out. So it just didn't do themselves any favors. I feel like their focus wasn't quite there. Big shout outs to Planeptune for coming and playing. You guys have been really fun to watch. This fight just didn't go your way.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Planeptune
it was a great fight. Good.
No, go for it.
Yeah, it just didn't play out. I play Neptune literally coming in here swinging, not giving any ground as best they can. Liberty Reapers just was a bit more strategic in their targets, and Planeptune just didn't pull it together in that fight. But again, putting on a great showing, making it basically into the finals day. They put on a excellent show for APAC community, and shouts out to Planeptune. Great job.
Yeah, we had a lot of other teams that just couldn't make the time. From the APAC community, we had I know Ono and some of the other orgs, but definitely want to make sure that next year, as we coordinate these events, we kind of give people at least a good leeway. At least 4 to 6 months in advance, so people can start, putting things together quickly. But the problem is like every time we try to do something in that range, like a patch comes out and we have to adjust all the ships and all the rules we put together, and it's never easy. But I think that overall, what Star Citizen brings to the table and the adjustments we have to make on the fly across like all of our events across every year, we have to adjust all of our events. I think it makes it a lot of fun, believe it or not. So but real quick, I wanted to ask there, and I'll throw it to you first, Thunder. Like, what could Planeptune do to adjust and hopefully win win this fight against Liberty Reapers? Because I feel like there was a lot of, split damage and one for focusing on somebody and switching off way too quickly. But what are your thoughts on what they could have done better to hopefully come out on top this during this match?
Yeah, I think they could have taken the initiative a little bit more. Put the fight, control the fight in their hands. So maybe I understand that perhaps pushing in would have used some resources, but it would have allowed that blade to stay safe if they pushed with the Santuck Yai or the Hawk in Liberty Reaper's face, forcing them to engage that Hawk or that Santuck Yai first. They put a lot of damage on the Liberty Reaper's Santuck Yai, and they could have actually done something there. I think taking the initiative was the key thing that would have changed the fight in their favor.
All right, let's take a look at the updated bracket and see where we're currently at. If you guys are watching at home, whether it's on X, YouTube, or Twitch, make sure you guys are !bracket, and you guys are also keeping up with it as well. And remember, guys, the Matcherino, if you guys haven't claim a free code, the Matcherino is available for you guys to help us out. Claim the free code. It puts, I believe, a few cents into that crowd-funded bracket for these incredible teams today. If you guys have been enjoying it, man, also make sure you guys are following, thumbs up, or subscribing on YouTube, all that good stuff, guys. We appreciate the support. We have a lot of fun stuff coming up, a lot more tournaments coming in 2026. We have Enter Atmosphere happening in Australia. So if you're going to be in Australia, just remember that Enter Atmosphere is happening there as well. It's going to be a showcase of ship racing and dogfighting with the Australian community. But here we go. We have Iron Point versus Liberty Reapers. We got Avenger Squadron Blue waiting in the losers finals. And then, of course, Shadow Moses waiting in the grand finals. Losers finals and grand finals are going to be best of 5. But this next matchup, Iron Point versus Liberty Reapers, is going to be best of 3. So if teams go down, they will need to make adjustments quickly. But let's kick it off to you, Zero State. Give me your prediction here. Iron Point versus Liberty Reapers. Who you got?
I think this is going to be a close match. It's going to come down to how they can use their unique ships. So we've seen Haiba in the Bandu Defender a lot. We've seen General in the Drake Buccaneer making that work. It's going to be very interesting to see if they pick those ships. How do they use those ships? Can they keep those ships safe? That's been a big theme in a lot of fights today is you have these hinge pin ships like the Bandu Defender or the Buccaneer or the Hawk. Or the Blade even. How can you keep those ships safe long enough for them to do their job and not get hyper-focused by the other team? On that note, each team's job is to hyper-focus the other team's hinge pin ship and pick one of those ships and say, let's get that ship the heck out of here. These ships are all pretty dangerous. That's why people are picking them. But at the same time, something like a Buccaneer, not quite as maneuverable. Something like a Bandu Defender, not quite as tanky as a Santuck Yai. And we're going to have to see how these people... how these pilots target ships, and I think this match is going to come down to who targets better. I think I might give this one to Liberty Reapers. They're hot off a win. They're nice and warm. See how it goes.
All right. Under like your thoughts on this next matchup here.
This next matchup is going to be really interesting. We're looking at Iron Point, Liberty Reapers, both teams showing their capability of adapting on the fly. Both teams having a slightly different strategy for fighting. We're going to see some different ships perhaps, and I'm thinking this is going to be definitely a fight of the day for sure when it comes down to both teams and skill. Liberty Reapers has been here before. They understand what they need to do, and they just need to execute. Iron Point, they fought a lot of these teams. They fought their way to this fight right now, and Iron Point will probably at least take one of the victories. I would think Liberty Reapers perhaps have a slight edge, but due to strategy and coordination, communication, I think that Iron Point could definitely do this. If Liberty Reapers is thrown off, if they are caught out of alignment and they maximize use of their ships, then it's going to be very interesting to see what Iron Point does. Now, if we take a look, if Iron Point wins this, they will move on to fight Avenger Squadron, who they've unfortunately lost to in the earlier stages of the finals yesterday. That offers them a little bit of an advantage because they know how Avenger Squadron flies, what ships that they use, and what sort of strategies they might employ. So it's going to be interesting. If Liberty Reapers wins it, they're going to be in a fresh fight versus Avenger Squadron, and that'll be interesting to see as well.
All right, well, let's get this match on the way, chat. If you guys are hyping up whatever team you want, whether it's Iron Point or Liberty Reapers, make sure you show them some love because whoever wins moves on. Whoever loses is knocked out. We'll be right back, Zero. All right, here we go. Here we go. I'm excited for this one. This one should be very, very interesting. I see a lot of changes, a lot of ships changes across the board. But let's get right into it. We got Iron Point, Kazuka, and that Anvil Arrow General bringing back that Drake Buccaneer. We got Husky Pie and that Anvil Hawk. And then we got Liberty Reapers not slowing down here. We got Hype in the 85X with the NDBs, Red Rum in the Santok Yai, and then Seagull in the Anvil Hawk. A little bit of a change. I believe we're about to get started here shortly. But, man, it has been some incredible battles today. And once again, I got to give a shout out to every single competitor that has showed up into this tournament this year here for Fight or Flight 2955. Thank you guys all so much. And again, if you guys want to either compete in any future events or even help us put on these events or even be a part of the PvP Council, discord.gg/Atmo Esports. Make sure you guys join on that and keep up to date with all the events. We got some really amazing things coming in 2026. And we hope to share that with you here shortly. But Thunder Lake, this match, I'm excited. I want to say I'm going to give it to Liberty Reapers here. They've been in this position, top 3 team last year as well. They represented, EMEA or EU going into Enter Atmosphere 2954. But I really don't want to leave out Iron Point at this point.
Of course, yeah, no, this is going to be an exciting fight. This is one of the top 4 shots. This is we're in the top 4 right now of Fight or Flight, and it's going to be very interesting. Iron Point using their tried and true. They have an Arrow, Buccaneer, and Hawk, just like we saw last one. Liberty Reapers swapping it up, like you said. The 85X is an interesting choice. He's also rocking NDB laser repeaters, so that's going to be interesting to see what he does with that. Hybra switching the ship out, putting the defender aside. Does that change their fight style? I'm not so sure. I think we're going to see something very interesting here, and it's going to be an absolute bloodbath. Both teams fighting for the top 3 spot, going up against Avenger Squadron in the next fight. It's going to be an absolute wild fight for sure.
All right, here we go. I believe we're getting ships scanned, and the lobby is about to go underway here. I mean, here's how I see it played. Like, here's where I'm stuck, right? If Liberty Reapers moves up to fight Avenger Squadron Blue, sorry. If Liberty Reapers, I think this is going to be the most monumental match of the entire bracket because we haven't seen both these teams play against each other at all throughout the entirety of the tournament. And I think both of these teams are very, I don't know. I think they're similar in play where, it could go either way. And the losers final is going to be a best of 5. So, but regardless, even if Iron Point does go up to, if they do win here as well and go up to Avenger Squadron Blue, I think maybe they've made adjustments in the past 24 hours to really give Avenger Squadron Blue a run for their money. But I really want to see that Liberty Reapers versus Avenger Squadron here in the losers finals, to be honest.
I think that Iron Point's going to do their best not to let that happen ever for you, Crucian. They're going to be looking for that rematch and proving that they're one of the top teams for sure. Liberty Reapers is going to be locked in, ready to get that fight. I know that they want to fight him as well. So both teams are going to be going at this guns blazing. It's going to be such an exciting fight. I'm really amped up to see what this turns out to be. Does the strategy changes of each team play into it? What's their coordination? What's their communications? How are they using resources? Who attacks who? Who's more aggressive? Who takes the initiative? It's all going to play out for us just in a moment here when they're ready to fight.
Yep, I believe teams are heading to the starting position right now. We're about to get a countdown going. I'm gonna be honest, man. There's I'm glad I saw the Scorpius, which is totally fine. We're seeing a lot of great ships here. We've seen the Cartual, we've seen the M50, we've seen a lot of different ships come into play. But look, man, I'm sad, bro. I put the Vanguard as a heavy. Nobody used the Vanguard, guys. How dare you? How dare you not use the Vanguard? I'm just kidding.
Well, yeah, and honestly, when we were looking to do competing, looking at just overtaking ships and picking the Vanguard would be funny, but it's just that the weapon speeds are just too slow in these high end energy fights. Like everyone's moving in. The turn rate is just not an effective ship at the moment. But definitely everyone looks at every ship. I'm sure that every competitor has taken a look, skimmed over it, maybe even tried some of the ships out, whatever are competing, and they're trying to maximize their distance. Looks like the fight has started right now, and people are off their way to round one of the top four, looking to get to that third spot in the losers bracket. 2 wins takes it for each team.
All right, here we go. Iron Point versus Liberty Reapers. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get hyped because, man, whichever team is moves on, is going to be a fight for that top 3, and loser gets that top 4. At least, hey, according to the prize pool, top 4 is in the money here. So shout out to everybody who's helped this crowdfund.
Great job on both teams. Ciego is leading the team in right now, followed by Red Rum and Haiba. Husky Pie is following close behind Kazuka. Kazuka leading the team away from SBK, perhaps aligning themselves into a different area so that way they don't have the sun or the moon at their back. They've got a clear back line to the enemy team. Taking a look if they can make anything happen here. Haiba is going to be very weak in this 85X. He can't afford to take much damage. Genel with that Buccaneer looking to take out one of the opponents. My bet is that they're going to target Ciego or Red Rome, and it's going to be a fight whether Kazuka can evade or Haiba can evade and take hits. The engagements are starting at range. Both teams looking to feel each other out. Haiba pushing in, using a little bit of boost, but not much, just to get in position, ready to jump on any target. This fight will take off really quickly.
There you go. Both teams looking for that opportunity to jump and merge as soon as they can. Ciego always, I love how Ciego always gets those small hits from far away. We see Genel doing his own thing, and looks like Genel is looking at that hawk as well, trying to, see if anybody's going to jump on them and who's going to be out of position here shortly.
Yeah, here comes Husky Pie a little bit, and we have a little bit of an engagement. Haiba moving in, Red Rum also pushing up a little bit, not much. Kazuka taking some shots, a little bit of posturing going on. Ciego trying to get some of those long-range shots as they chase out 1.8. Kazuka, they're moving on Ciego. Haiba is a little bit far away. Red Rum as well far away. They're still baiting shots. Liberty Reapers is dragging them out to the edge of the map. Haiba and Ciego moving together. They're looking to capitalize on any sort of misposition that Iron Point could do, seeing if they can break their strategy. The Buccaneer just waiting in the wings, waiting to boost on in third party any ship that takes a full engagement. Kazuka is now kicking hits. They're pushing in. The 85X Haiba's made a move. Haiba's taking some hits. Kazuka's taking some fire on Haiba. He's merged on him, but he's got to get out of there. It was exactly what Haiba wanted. Kazuka's getting in trouble. Kazuka needs to get out. Can he evade? They're swapping over targets. The Buccaneer is now engaged. They're focusing the Buccaneer. He's taking too many hits. The Buccaneer is taking a lot of fire. Ghetto is popped. He's down. Red Rum is taken out. Ciego took out Ghetto there in the Buccaneer, and it's over. Iron Point have a disadvantage. They are having 2 ships. Kazuka in the arrow with a lot of damage on him. Husky Pie in that hawk. Liberty Reapers coming in clutch with that first engagement.
Yeah, very good job for Haiba. He was able to get away in that moment, only seeing a little bit of a left wing damage there, while both Kazuka and Genel, I think what Liberty Reapers here did fantastic was did a great job at switching. As soon as Kazuka went out, they did a great job. They saw that maybe that Buccaneer overextended close by them. Hey, guys, a switch took him down. Haiba still survived. This can go easily to Liberty Reapers going up 1-0.
Now Liberty Reapers are taking the aggressive posture. Haiba's taking some shots, but he is in the 85X. He's going to be a difficult shot. Husky Pie cannot hit this target. He's just too small. He's just too fast. And Sego takes out Kazuka, finishing him off. It's all down to Husky Pie. He needs to take out a target, but he's taking too much shots. The Santucci and the Hawk are doing damage, and Husky Pie's down. Liberty Reapers takes the first fight.
Wow, 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 wow. An insane play by Liberty Reapers in this first round here between Iron Point. They need to make the adjustments now. This is where the play happens here, because if not, they're going to be knocked out of this tournament. But wow, Liberty Reapers doing a great job. Haiba with the bait, and all of a sudden, man, both Kazuka going red and Genel going down in an instant, man. I'm not going to lie to you. Red Room and Sego, very good communication across the board, the entire team. It played out the way they wanted it to.
Yes, no, exactly. They definitely went in with a strategy. They were focused, concise. Kazuka, going after that target, able to get the merge. Absolutely great targeting. A lot of damage actually went over, and Haiba's shields went down. He was in trouble for a moment, but Red Rum and Sego were right there on the backup, and that will put Kazuka in a bad position after that. Because if Kazuka was left to his devices, that Haiba could have gotten taken out, but Kazuka had to disengage. He was taking too much damage, and he had to get out of there. Luckily, making it out when the Buccaneer came in. Genel came in and tried to engage, but unfortunately, the quick swap by Liberty Reapers to focus down that Buccaneer before he can disengage, and the amount of DPS coming out of Red Rum and Ciego was just too much to handle.
That was a great job by Liberty Reapers. That was that 85X being used as bait, man. That was so smart. That was like, hey guys, I'm going in. I'm gonna do it. I'm in a good position. I'm gonna try to get out of there. I'm not. That was very, very well played by Haiba. I ain't gonna lie. That moment in that 85X, that was really well done. But let's see now. It looks like we got some changes here. We see Iron Point changing around. Kazuka is going to be moving on to that Asperia Blade, General in that Santok Yai, and Husky Pie staying in that Anvil Hawk. So a couple of changes here, but still, Liberty Reapers are staying exactly where they're at. So this should be an interesting one.
It looks like some of these teams have a couple planned swaps. I definitely believe that switching over to the Santuck Yai is definitely great. It's a good pick for this team. They need that DPS. They need that tanky ship out there, right? And they're going to be using it to its maximum effectiveness. Husky Pie is going to have a lot more support because Kazuka typically is targeted in that arrow. It's a very squishy ship, and he's been able to merge on targets very effectively. Kazuka swapping over to the Blade, I'm not so sure if that's the right call. I would love to be proven wrong here, but I think it's just going to be a bit too squishy. I think that the 85X can really chase it down, just like we saw in the AV1 versus Shadow Moses fight. But if Kazuka can put in the work and aim, hit those shots, it's going to be doing a lot of damage, but Kazuka cannot be going in first in this next fight. He needs to stay alive. He needs to put in that damage. He has done it before. I'd love to see that happening. Red Rum, Ciego are going to be working together. And again, I think they're going to try to execute a similar strategy on this fight.
Yep, here we go. I mean, you won't know if you don't try it, right? I think I've mentioned this, going up against these other teams, you got to play unorthodox. But a lot of these teams, they know exactly what's going to happen. They know exactly how they're going to play each other out. So, I think this might be a good change for Iron Point. So let's see if it works out for them very, very well. The Santuck Yai, man, I think I think going into this top 4 is probably the strongest ship. I think everybody needs to have it in their composition. If not, it's going to be used against them in a huge advantage right now. So.
Yes, of course. Yeah, we've seen the proliferation of the Santuck Yai after its success in some of the earlier group stages, as well as some of the fights in the finals. It's been putting in a lot of work. Again, the Hawk, not to be underrated, it might be chosen the most. out of this entire fight. It's doing a lot of work. It's got some good G-force, thruster accelerations, and we're about to get into round 2. This is everything for Iron Point. Liberty Reapers needs one more win to secure this and move on to the next round, getting into the top 3. Iron Point needs to win 2 in a row. Can they do it? Is their strategy going to switch? Is their strategy going to change after they attack out Liberty Reapers? We'll see just in a few moments.
All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. I believe teams are about ready to go. Who you guys are rooting, whether you're watching from all the platforms we're streaming on, if you're rooting for Iron Point and Liberty Reapers, make sure you guys are showing that support, because this next team that moves on forward, Liberty Reapers is up 1-0, is going to go up against Avenger Squadron Blue in the losers finals. So, will Iron Point survive? Let's see. Let's see what happens next. Thunder Lake, take it away.
Excellent. We got the Santuck guy moving in. Kazuka now no longer leading Iron Point in the front position. Husky Pie following close behind, in the Santuck Yai. Haiba still staying out of distance here, targeting his ally, following Red Rum, as both Santucks lead the charge for the fight, baiting the targets to engage. Ciego moving in. Let's see if LR can put another trap for Iron Point. But Kazuka has a different strategy in mind. He's focused on a different style. He's got the DPS. He's got the damage. I think if Iron Point can focus Red Rum and take out that Santuck Yai, it'll be a completely different fight for Liberty Reapers versus Iron Point.
Yeah, it's
Iron
going to
Point
be an
slowly
interesting
moving in.
one. I think Iron Point is very defensive. I don't think they're going to take any bait any time at this point. And if they do, they're going to try to go in and lead with that Santuck Yai. It's definitely going to be a different strategic play around here. And again, they're feeling each other out, getting those damage hits from far away, man. So like I keep saying, man, where are these missiles, man? Get some missiles out there. See if something hits,
You never know. We have seen the Santuck Yai in a couple matches take a few hits. Perhaps the flare count is a little bit too low. Both teams need to make sure that they have their countermeasures set, because that could be a complete surprise strategy for some individuals. Most individuals aren't used to using missiles, and it can definitely play a role in the fight, especially because we saw in one of the finals round last, missile hit the Santuck Yai, put a little bit of extra damage on, and it was able to play a bit of a role there when that Santuck got taken out. Both teams just biding their time, focusing on to see if there's an engagement. Either team waiting, resources at maximum. Both teams hyped up to get this win. Can they do it? Iron Point needs this W. They cannot be knocked out. They want to get to third place, second place, first place. Liberty Reapers need to get by Iron Point. Will they allow them? I don't think they're going to try. Both teams fighting it out for the top third spot and moving on toward the finals. Here the engagement goes. Ciego taking some shots. Both Hawks prioritizing each other. They're moving in. Big hits coming out. Right now, Haiba is taking some shots on Kazuka. Kazuka's in trouble. He's moving out. Putting in some heavy damage. Haiba is taking some shots, chasing out Kazuka, switching back over. Husky Pie engaged. Husky Pie is fighting. Ciego's also engaged. Ciego disengaging. He's in nav mode. Kazuka trying to get back into that fight. Geno moved out. Both teams are now disengaging and reforming. But Haiba has got a different strategy. Nope, he's moving back to his team. And now that engagement, no clear advantage on this first engagement.
Yeah, this first pass was a feel for each other. Each team playing very defensive. Iron Point not taking any chances like before whatsoever. While Haiba was tracing down Kazuka there just a little while ago, the rest of Red Rum and Ciego was completely just trying to go after Husky Pie and try to get that Hawk down as soon as possible. But, I mean, both teams did a great job adjusting on the fly and seeing what plays out here and just trying to get each other off of position.
Here comes the second engagement. We're looking at Haiba putting in a lot of shots over at Husky Pie. Husky Pie not taking the shots. Looks like they're waiting for a weakness here. They're trying to hit Haiba a little bit because he's just baiting them. He's getting close. He's getting closer than ever before, but he knows with the 85X he can bush out. Iron Point not taking that bait whatsoever. Working as a team, staying together, making sure that Kazuka can get that damage he needs to get in. Focusing on the Santuck Yai. They're trying to hit Red Rum a little bit. Not much shots connecting. Both teams are grouped together very close. This fight could take off at any moment. Once one team decides to take the initiative and engage the fight, it will begin. And if the team can get out, focus fire, and do the damage they need to, they could be moving on. Iron Point need this. Both teams moving back. Genel taking some hits in that Santuck Yai. They're just looking to take some shots. Both Ciego and Haiba firing at the targets. Haiba take a couple shots at long range. Iron Point trying to keep him out of the fight as long as possible, but they understand he's going to be coming in. Husky Pie is unloading a full magazine over on Red Rum. Red Rum not taking much damage for that. Cone fire a little too wide. Too far of the engagement distance. Both teams are now a little bit separated. We're seeing some movement come in. Some hits. Geno's putting some hits in. The Santuck Yai shields are down. Iron Point's getting some hits. Iron Point's in trouble. Geno's taking some shots. The Santuck Yai of Iron Point is getting a red hull. They're taking this initiative. Haiba's been bounced on. He's losing some shields. Husky Pie's trying to get Ciego. Ciego's shields are down. Ciego's in trouble. Iron Point is chasing him. He's trying to focus Haiba. Haiba's now in Kazuka. Kazuka's trying to get the damage in. Haiba's taking some shots. He's forced to disengage. Get on the Santuck Yai has caught him. He's using boost. Can Haiba get out? Haiba's now out. Kazuka's now disengaging. He's trying to get some target shots on. Both teams fighting tooth and nail for this victory.
Yeah, both teams going up against that Santuck Yai. As you can see, both hulls are red. Is for Genel right now. His hull is red, and you see Red Rum as well. Both teams are trying the same exact thing and just trying to catch each other off position and off guard. But both teams are doing a great job. I think Iron Point's doing a good job at surviving, maneuvering around the strategy around Liberty Reapers in that point. They're trying to get on Haiba so he doesn't freely just smack everybody with NDBs and get as close as he needs to. So this is a patience battle right now. This is serious, and Iron Point is not going to let them just go up 2-0. They're, if they need to tie it up, they have a very, very great chance overall. But this is a very, very close fight overall. Both teams resetting here, regrouping, and let's see how this turns out. But look at this, man. Both Santuck Yais. Red Rum getting a little bit more on the damage end on both bottom wings, while Iron Point, you see Genel on that left bottom wing being a little bit more red than Red Rum. So let's see if they can take advantage of just having this slight advantage, I would say. It's not even an advantage, but it's a slight one. So let's see what happens here going into the next few moments of this matchup.
Iron Point a lot more comfortable with this composition. They seem to be performing a lot better. They have minimal weaknesses with these ships, and they're focusing targets. Haiba, they're trying to push out a little bit, focusing Red Rum and Ciego. Both teams are collapsing together, but again, still just baiting shots. The endurance of these teams will be tested. Both teams understand exactly what's on the line. They need to get this W, both of them. Haiba pushing in. There's some chaff. Some disengagements are occurring. They got a little bit too close. All right, Husky Pie's taking some shots at distance from all three Reapers. Ciego taking some shots. Husky Pie's getting out, pushing away. The Santuck Yai's pushed him. He's trying to bait him out a bit. Husky Pie is the target. Can they do it? Genel needs to take some shots. Enemy Hawk is down. Genel's now disengaging. He was on the Hawk. Could he have taken some of those shots? I'm not sure. The Reapers are pushing. They got a bit more damage on Husky Pie here. Husky Pie has a little bit of red. Now, Genel has also some shots on him. Both teams slightly getting an advantage. Pushing it inch by inch in their favor.
Yeah, very slowly Iron Points. Yeah, very, very slowly. Liberty Reapers is doing a great job at trying to get that damage across the board and trying to a little bit of split damage too, as well as you see Husky Pie taking some of its own. So very good switching, very good trigger discipline here by Liberty Reapers. They need to make it up this advantage, but slowly each team needs to be able to. I think sooner or later it's going to have to be Iron Point taking the chance and going all in on one target to see if they can take him down, or even making this a 2v2 at some point. But man, this is very scary. I know tensions are high from both teams. Both teams won this win. Both teams want to move on into the bracket, into this final championship bracket today. But man, Liberty Reapers is doing a great job at taking them down bit by bit here. Let's see if they can continue doing that here in the next few minutes. I think we'll see a conclusion, man. Fatigue comes into play as well, Thunder Lake. So let's see what happens next.
Agreed. Yep. This is definitely the time to shine. Which team will take the initiative? Both teams slowly inching their way toward the next match. If Liberty Reapers can take this, they move on. This means everything for Iron Point. They need to get this W. They can't be knocked out here. Liberty Reapers is focusing up on getting this W and moving on to the next round. Big fight going on. Both teams are firing. They're focusing the Santuck Yais. Santuck Yais are in trouble. Gennell's getting hit, and Gennell goes down! Oh my god, Liberty Reapers has the advantage! They're gonna press it! Can they get out in time? The Santuck Yai is popped, and now the defenses are broken. Iron Point can take this back, but they need to get damage on target right away. They need to take this and they need to even it out right away. Oh my god! Another destruction! Kazuka goes down! Haiba was able to take him down.
Geez, all I can say is that, yep, all I can say is that Husky Pies, unfortunately, you know, and it's 3v1 right now. I think Liberty Reapers did a great job at focusing on that Santuck Yai the moment it tried to come in, and that was it. But you got to give Iron Point some love. They did a great job maintaining and staying, staying head to head with Liberty Reapers.
Good fight. Good fight. That was an inch by inch battle. Crazy to see, but you can see how quickly it can unfold and turn the tide in an instant. One death, one destruction, one focus is all it takes. GG's.
Wow, what a matchup. All right, let's head on over to the desk, guys. Iron Point versus Liberty Reapers delivered very, very well. Wow, man. What a just play of strategic challenges across the board for both Iron Point and Liberty Reapers, both teams from EMEA. Absolutely phenomenal. Hey, I got to give Iron Point a little salute to you guys, man. That was an incredible match, man. You guys should be proud. Seriously. Continue practicing, continue bringing it. Butterfly ain't going anywhere. But anyways, Zero State, man. We're back. Give it to us.
Yeah, I mean, it really felt like Haiba switched it up a little bit, right? Haiba's kind of trying to show us, hey, I'm not just good in the Bandit Defender. I can flit around this battlefield in an 85X and do some damage and distract some people. He played Rabbit really well on the first match. They took the bait a little bit. Gennell and Kazuka, I believe, took the bait a little bit on that, and I believe Gennell got taken down that time. And Kazuka couldn't use the arrow to peel that effectively during that pounce because he was in the front of it. In Fight 2, Iron Point adjusted some ships. I feel like that was the right move. Something Thunder Lake said, not sure the blade was the right move there. I think it was okay. I think you just have to use the blade right in that situation. Use it as a pouncing ship. Use it as that ship that's a finisher, right? And it didn't feel like they could really get into that groove. They couldn't really get the blade in that position where it could be the finisher. It didn't feel there was a lot of back and forth. I kind of thought to myself, well, if they're going to use a blade, I feel like they should use the blade to hunt the 85X. Right, do some damage to that 85X, hit that thing with a couple of shots, catch it off guard. Haiba did a great job in that 85X, staying evasive, keeping boost high, being ready to run at any given moment, staying away from the blade, pouncing on it. And I think that was a huge linchpin for the fight was how can Haiba, keep that 85X alive and keep it from going to a 2v3 where you have two ships that are able to strip shields and then the blade that's able to come in and finish really well. And they did a great job of doing that. He stayed evasive. He showed us that he's got those skills in the 85X. Small ships, big ships, doesn't really matter. He's doing great. I thought, during that fight, I feel like, the second fight, I was like, well, if the blade's going to be here, it's got to get more involved, right? That blade has got to get into a third-party position. It's got to put out some damage. Didn't feel like they could really get it into position, kind of like I said. Finally, we had some great trades. Liberty Reapers said, screw it, let's go. They jumped in on the Santuck Yai. They pushed that advantage, took down the Santuck Yai. Everybody got, disengaged, reconnected with each other, and then it was, 3v2 and on out. Great job to LR. Great job to Iron Point. That was a really fun fight to watch.
Yeah, I feel like, Liberty Reapers did a great job switching in and out and getting that Santuck Yai down to that position where they just pounce on it, like you mentioned. But Thunder, like, any extra thoughts there for this matchup, man? That was absolutely great matchup. Very, that second round could have gone either way, from my opinion.
Agreed. Yeah, the first round, obviously, there was a little bit of maybe strategic. I think the ship choices played a big role in that first fight there. Some of the movement of the team members, both teams, uh, definitely capitalizing on each other's weaknesses. Round two, Iron Point switching it up, adapting on the fly and really making that such a nail biter. It could have gone either way, as you say. They were slowly inching their way into that advantage, but once that first ship goes down, it opened up the door for Liberty Reapers to do a lot more with their ships. They could move in different areas, you know, balance shields, fight in different areas, moving in, and it was just absolutely a pleasure to watch both teams fighting tooth and nail for this.
Yep. Well, yeah, it's been great. Let's take a quick look at our updated bracket here and see where we're currently at. But right now, as I mentioned, we're gonna see Avenger Squadron Blue versus Liberty Reapers. These are two teams, one from America's region, one from EMEA, that haven't fought each other. So this is gonna be definitely this is for the top. This is for third place. So if whoever loses is gonna get third place. So this is are we going to get a rematch, Avenger Squadron Blue versus Shadow Moses, or will Liberty Reapers claim their title and go back up against Shadow Moses again, where they, lost 2-0 in the winter semis and moved that way up? But we'll come back to the bracket here shortly. I believe some of the teams are taking a quick break, but I want to talk about the match arena really quickly here. So with Iron Point losing, they're still in fourth place. So I'm not sure if you guys know how the match arena works, but if the price pool exceeds $2,000, we're going to pay off top four. If the price pool exceeds $3,000, we're going to pay off top six. And if it gets to the to 4,500, we're going to pay off, I believe it's top eight. So we're going to try to do our best. But I believe we're a little bit away, but it's okay. We still got some free I can't even talk right now. Free codes for you guys to claim in the chat. So exclamation mark Matcherino. I think there's still like 13 of them to claim. So make sure you guys get on that. But that puts Iron Point in the money. So whatever is raised, they're going to get a certain percentage of that. You guys can read all of that in the Matcherino. So while right now, while some of the teams are taking a quick break, we're going to come back here shortly after this break for the losers finals and see whether LR or Avenger Squadron Blue is going to move on to the grand finals, guys. We're almost there to crown your champion. We'll be right back.
Some race for glory. Some race for the thrill. But when your world goes from 0 to 100, we race to save lives. Quantum Jump Medical. Celebrating 8 years of service to the community, still completely free of charge. Offering medical rescue, emergency transportation, operational support, security, and much more. No BS, no gimmicks. We'll be there.
Get ready, Australia! For the first time ever, the ultimate StarCitizen event comes down under. Experience Enter Atmosphere 2956 live from Fortress Sydney. Join fellow citizens, share drinks, stories, and celebrate the universe at the Bar Citizen. Witness pilots go head-to-head in ship races and intense dogfights. Feel the energy of a live crowd as they compete for amazing prizes. The countdown has begun. Secure your tickets for the Southern Hemisphere's biggest StarCitizen event. Visit atmo.sc/EA56 to learn more.
Fighter Flight 2955 has been brought to you in part by Tobii Gaming. Unlock the next level of immersion in StarCitizen with the Tobii Eye Tracker 5. MT Sim. Transform your gaming experience with innovative, high-quality simulation equipment designed to enhance performance and immerse you in every virtual adventure. Icon City. Dominate the game with over 600 StarCitizen icons and hotkeys right at your fingertips with the click of a button.
Some race for glory. Some race for the thrill. But when your world goes from 0 to 100, we race to save lives. Quantum Jump Medical. Celebrating 8 years of service to the community, still completely free of charge. Offering medical rescue, emergency transportation, operational support, security, and much more. No BS, no gimmicks. We'll be there.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back here for the losers finals. We have Avenger Squadron Blue versus Liberty Reapers. It looks like we got our ship picks are in. We have Avenger 1 back in the 85X. 4 Pigs is going to be in the Anvil Arrow, and Andros is going to be in the Santok Yai. And then we have Haiba in the 85X, Red Rum in the Drake Buccaneer, and I believe we're seeing Sego in the Scorpius. So very, very different. Love to see it. We're going to go right over to you, Zero State. Give us your thoughts. Who you got here in this matchup?
Well, I tell you what, the Scorpius has been an interesting pick. I don't think we've seen too many Scorpius victories either yesterday or today. So it'll be really interesting to see how Sego uses that along with that Buccaneer in the 85X. Haiba sticking with the 85X. Found some success in recent matches in the 85X. Seems to be finding a nice groove there. So we'll see how he uses that. A1 sticking with 85X. I kind of expected to see that again, pushing back into the smaller ship. I think he's found a lot of success there throughout the tournament as well. Santok Yai versus the Scorpius pick is going to be an interesting one for me. Also, kind of curious to see how that arrow flits around the battlefield. I think that arrow might try to lock onto that Buccaneer at some point and scare him out of the battlefield. I think I'm going to go, if I had to predict one, I think Avenger Squadron might take this first fight. We'll see how they adjust after the first one and go from there.
Well, Planeptune did win a few matches to get to top 6 in the Scorpius. So, but they switched back out of there. Red X Priest, recently, in that Santok Yai. But Planeptune was one of the only teams that that was using it heavily. But yeah, Thunder Lake, going over to you real quick. What are your thoughts on this next matchup coming up? This is the losers finals, man. So it's it's take it or break it.
Yep, it's going to be very interesting. Both teams extremely talented, and they're going to put their best foot forward. I'm interested to see what the Buccaneer Scorpius 85X combo does. It's more of an interceptor group, so it's going to be very interesting to see if they push in and they attack targets. They're trying to look to put all of their weapons on one target. I think that 4 Pigs in the Arrow is going to be very pressured, and Andros the Red and the Santok Yai might take a lot of DPS. So it's going to be quite cumbersome that these ships will focus together. It will fall apart quite quickly if Liberty Reapers is unable to really capitalize on their coordination. Avenger Squadron switching over to the Santok Yai is a new pick for them. And I think it shows that they learned something perhaps in the last battle that they're looking to try out. It could be a secondary pick that they specifically picked for Liberty Reapers, but I'm willing to bet that Liberty Reapers had this plan for Avenger Squadron and likely planned this out. Avenger Squadron also has a backup plan, and I think we're going to see that play out as well. Both teams bringing the 85X, showing that it's still fighting the good fight here in this battle.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very interesting. But ladies and gentlemen, let's get this match started on the way. Zero State. We'll be right back, brother. So I'm excited for this one. Let's get on over to, guys, if you guys haven't noticed, we've been playing in Security Post Korea this entire time, okay? You guys have probably watched this video like 10 times, okay? Just letting you guys know. We're in Security Post Korea, all right? But, yeah, this is going to be very interesting here. We're seeing CF repeaters, NDB lasers on the 85X. It looks like Avenger 1 is going to be with repeaters in the 85X on his side. So this is going to be very interesting, man. This is best of 5. So they have a lot of matches to adjust and hopefully strategize and get this win. But I think this is one of my most anticipated matchups that I'm excited for in this bracket. These teams, this is the first time they're playing against each other. But yeah, Thunder Lake, this one's gonna be great, man. This one's gonna be I don't think this is gonna go quick. I think everybody's gonna feel each other out kind of like before, but I think when I see Americans and EU play, they do play a lot quicker and kind of make decisions a lot faster than when they're playing against APAC.
Agreed. Yeah, it looks like the countdown has begun. Both teams are allowed to go, and it should be underway momentarily as they move into their first position for round 1. It's best of 5 now, is that correct?
Yep, best of 5. So it's going to have to, each team needs to win 3 matches in order to move on to that grand finals against Shadow Moses.
Awesome. Red Rum over in the Buccaneer, Andros the Red in the Santuk Yai, and 4 Pigs in an Arrow. Looking to lock on some missiles, maybe a fire. They're going to use some of that strategy to bait some shots. The Scorpius Ciego also, just so you guys know, the Scorpius does have a lot of missiles and at their disposal. They could also skirmish with that at long range. And I'll tell you, when competing in the Scorpius, it was able to get some hits on the Santuk Yai. Perhaps that strategy might play a role here. We'll see if it plays out.
I mean, if they use a Scorpius just to get some missiles out on board, let's see what happens here. Red Rum? I thought he was in the Santok Yai. I guess he in the Buccaneer instead. So let's see what happens here, man. This is going to be a lot of things playing out. This is interesting for Liberty Reapers, to be honest.
Yeah, exactly. Liberty Reapers is looking to play a full interceptor tuned ship, basically. They're pushing over on Avenger 1. So you're getting some shots in. They're looking to tank a lot of the damage from Four Pigs and Andros the Red. Andros and the Santuck Yai getting some shots on the Scorpius at long range, but neither team committing to a full commitment. Looks like they're trying to get that 85X pressured so that Avenger 1 isn't able to put in that DPS. If you noticed, I believe Avenger 1 swapped to the Panthers as well, no longer using the NDBs.
Yeah,
Both
teams
teams
again, everybody's being very, very careful across the board. You see right now, Sego is just trying to get in. He's the tanky one, so he needs to be able to hopefully bait those teams in. But it looks like he used most of his missiles right at the beginning, not being effective. And it's a little bit weird seeing Andros the Red in that Santuck Yai instead of his arrow.
Yes, no, it's definitely interesting. Andros was definitely flying the arrow extremely well, but strategy definitely can come into play here. Haiba continuing to use the 85X. No engagements there. Red Rum and Haiba waiting to pounce. Ciego looks like he's doing the brunt of the initial trades. Four Pigs is looking for a target. He's trying to shoot Ciego a little bit in the Scorpius. Avenger 1 waiting for an opportunity to merge on an opponent. Looks like we have some boosts going out. Avenger 1's taking some pressure. Looks like we're close. They're targeting the arrow. Right now, Haiba is engaging Four Pigs. He's got to get out of there. All of the Buccaneers are pushing up. They're pushing out Avenger 1. Avenger 1 is also disengaged. No targets are being hit right now. Red Rum is in trouble. He's got a little bit of damage on him. Four Pigs was able to get some shots in on that Buccaneer before it disengaged. Avenger 1 and Haiba going in a 1v1. Who's got the 85X? Who can do this? They're both firing. A disengagement comes out from Haiba. Avenger 1 chasing. Haiba's disengaged. He's taking some hits from Four Pigs. And Haiba's in trouble. Avenger 1 chasing. He's got the Panthers. Nope. Now Avenger 1's in trouble. They're focusing up. Four Pigs is just laying into that Scorpius. The Scorpius is taking a lot of shots and trying to get out of there. Right now, both teams in disengagement. Looking to regenerate their boost. Andros Red and the Santuck Yai putting in a lot of good work. Both teams now recalibrating, refocused.
Yeah, here comes the reset here. Good job, but man, if that would have been a 1v1, I saw that Haiba shields went down a lot quicker. But remember, Haiba needs to be a little bit closer because he's using those NDBs as opposed to Avenger 1, using those CF repeaters and having a little bit more range than Haiba does. But yeah, this match is a very, very interesting one. Love seeing the Buccaneer getting some damage in. Probably what, either the Buccaneer or the 85X is going to be their target here. The Scorpio is just too tanky, even though Four Pigs got some hits there. But this is going to be, again, very strategic. There's 3 more matches to go, man. This can go either way.
Yes, Liberty Reapers definitely testing their team's endurance. Andros Red focusing Ciego. Looks like we're getting a little bit of, again, a distance fight, waiting for that initial merge. Once one team pounces and gets that initiative, we will see them merge into each other, focus on targets, and see if we can get a kill. Not much happening at the moment besides the distance fight. Ciego, again, tanking shots. Red Rum, he cannot take much more damage on that Buccaneer. If he gets caught out by Andros Red or Four Pigs, it's going to spell doom for Liberty Reapers.
Yeah, that's going to be their target point, and as soon as they can jump on it, it's probably what they're going to end up doing sooner or later. Avenger Squadron Blue are just going to try to find that positioning that they need in order to pounce when they can. Andro still just picking in and out, just trying to get that damage from 2.5 clicks away on the map, but not being super effective here. You see Sego scanning around here, seeing what where each team is at. Getting some damage from far away as well. Hey, another strategic battle. This was like, Iron Point and Liberty Reapers, where each team just found their moments in order to get that win in.
Four Pigs is disengaging at the moment. Haiba trying to get some shots on. Andros Red merging in over on Haiba. Haiba's taking a lot of shots. He's in trouble, but he's got to get out of there. He boosted out the Santuck Yai. Not fast enough. Not enough G's to catch that, but Four Pigs is on him. Haiba is still disengaging. Red Rum goes through the engagement. Avenger 1 is now putting in shots on Red Rum. Red Rum's in trouble. Andros Red are focusing Red Rum. He's red. The Buccaneers needs to get out of there. He's got enough boost. Haiba now switching over to Avenger 1, getting some shots in. Ciego getting some shots. Right now, the disengagements are occurring. And again, Avenger Squadron putting in a little bit more DPS. 4Pigs getting some shots on Haiba, but Haiba is now going to be disengaging. 500 meters. Haiba's taking some hits. Haiba can't take much more of this. He's got to get out of here. He's moved and he's gone. 4Pigs wasn't able to finish the kill. Haiba is out. Red Rum is in trouble. Haiba's in trouble. Avenger Squadron have the advantage right now in Hull. Andros the Red just trying to keep up with the fight. And Ciego in the Scorpius not able to put enough damage in on Avenger Squadron.
Yeah, both Haiba and Red Rum are in a dangerous position here, and one more merge, one more pass. That's going to be, you know, hopefully if they don't adjust in what they can do right now, that's going to be a probably 1-0 to Avenger Squadron Blue because, hey, they're not going to be able, once those shields go down, it's going to be pretty much GG's for either Red Rum or Haiba in that Buccaneer and in that 85X. Both Avenger Squadron Blue doing a good job at picking those teams off. 4Pigs, man, putting in that work in that arrow. It's, yeah, picking them apart little by little here, but don't discount Liberty Reapers out. Anything can happen.
4Pigs understands he's not going to take this hit. Oh, but all of the Reapers are focusing 4Pigs. He's got to get out of there. Avenger 1 trying to put in some shots. Both Red Rum and Haiba are focusing 4Pigs right now. He got out. Chaff disengaged. He's moving in, trying to remerge on the enemy team. Haiba is now shields down. He's taking more hull hits. Can 4Pigs finish him off? Haiba makes it out yet again, showing the precision of his flying with that 85X. Both teams now just disengaging, looking to regenerate shields and remerge. 4Pigs taking some hull damage there. Liberty Reapers clawing their way back.
Wow.
I mean,
I thought in that moment the Red Rum would have got the damage that he needed to hopefully take down 4Pigs at that, you know, right at that point. Red Rum was completely free in that position in that earlier merge, in that earlier fight, and just didn't come up with it. So that was a big miss there for Liberty Reapers.
Yeah, definitely. It was a good strategy. This shows that they definitely are adapting on the fly. They understand who the target is here. They understand what they're looking for, who they need to capitalize on. Avenger 1 putting some DPS in that Scorpius, trying to keep it at range so it doesn't play a factor in this fight. Andros the Red prepared to merge on any target that jumps on 4Pigs. He needs to play defender here. He needs to get on this ship and make sure 4Pigs survives the next assault on that arrow.
Yeah, this is very difficult. I mean, Avenger 1 is somewhat red, but both Haiba and Red Rum, Avenger Squadron Blue needs to find that spot where they need to pounce and take out either Red Rum or Haiba. I would say, you know, get that Buccaneer down as soon as possible. You know, lead in with that Santok Yai and take advantage of, those shields on that ship is tankier. So just let it take some hits and hopefully take somebody out. But here we go. We're getting an next mercy and Ciego.
Engaging Avenger 1, trying to get on that Scorpius. They're now getting hits. Right now, Haiba is in trouble. He needs to get out again. They focused over. They swapped over. The merge is not there. Scorpius was the initial engagement. Avenger Squadron baited into that. Red Rum taking some shots on Avenger 1. Red Rum is now getting the target. Andros is now merged. Red Rum can't take much shots. His shields are down. He's getting a couple hull hits. The Scorpius not able to put in the work. 4Pigs pushing in. Pigs firing.
Buccaneers doing a great job, corkscrewed out of the way and able to get his shields back up, man. This is a dangerous position here for Liberty Reapers. They're trying to take any moment that they can and any damage that they can to see if they can get an advantage, because right now 4Pigs' hull is very red. Avenger 1 is also red. This can go either way at any moment.
Yep. There needs to be a huge commitment here at one point in time. They need to commit, take one of these ships down, and then they're probably going to lose. There may have to be a sacrifice here, depending. Obviously, neither team wants to do this, but Avenger 1's taking some hits right away. He's got to go evasive. He's unfortunately getting out, but will he get out? He is. He's 1.7. He's not going to take much more damage, but they're back on the Buccaneer. The Buccaneer's taking heavy shots. The Buccaneer is getting hits. Andros Red is putting in some work. Buccaneer seems to be safe at the moment. Haiba is now, they're both together. They're reformed. They're looking at Avenger 1, seeing if they get some shots on him. The Scorpius is taking the brunt of the hits. Avenger Squadron is using the Scorpius as bait. Baiting in Haiba and Red Rum to come in to save the Scorpius. Scorpius is now pulling out. Avenger 1's focusing Haiba. Both teams just need one kill, just one shot, and that will turn it in their favor.
Yeah, these disengages are absolutely insane, man. I'm going to tell you right now, this is some high-level play from both teams. As you can see, a little bit of damage happen as soon as those shields goes in, or even before. It's like calculated, get out the way as soon as possible, and if they can't chase him down and get him, then that's unfortunate, because everybody right now is in that red position except the Santok Yai and that Scorpius. So both teams are looking for that first ship to go down. And they don't want trades. They want to take that team down because they know that 3v2 is a huge advantage here, and they just need to pick them off when it counts. Honestly, you're seeing a lot of them going after both the 85Xs, and that leaves a little bit of red rum and 4 pigs, so they need to figure it out on the perfect moment when to switch and be able to put that damage as soon as they can.
The Santuk is now in trouble. He's lost shields. Liberty Reapers has swapped their strategy, and Haiba is destroyed! Avenger 1 takes him down! Andros the Red and Avenger 1 take out Haiba! Siego with that Scorpius is trying to put in damage. Avenger 1 is spinning in, Avenger 1 goes down! Siego with the Scorpius coming in clutch, taking it 2v2. Warpig is getting hits. Red Rum is in trouble. He's disengaging. Can he get out again? Four Pigs gets blasted! Siego with the Scorpius! Huge play!
What a massive takedown for Red Rum right now, taking that 4-pick Sego, and that Scorpius doing the damage that he needs right now. So, I mean, this can still play for either game. If Andros the Red can do a great job and line it up well to get that Buccaneer down, that's going to be hopefully a 1v1 situation. But, I mean, Andros, in order for him to do that, is going to have to take some damage overall. So this is not over yet, but a huge advantage here for Liberty Reapers against Avenger Squadron Blue in this matchup. Absolutely insane plays, absolutely insane trades.
Exactly. Right now, Andros is in the Santuk Yai, the shining star of the fight or flight, and we've seen this turn around in the Santuk's favor. It definitely is possible. Andros can pull it through. Liberty Reapers doing a great job of coordinating that shots and taking out Avenger 1 and 4 Pigs. Siego putting in a lot of work there. Andros the Red now using missiles against the Scorpius. After the Scorpius fired a few at him, it's going to come down to the last ounce of what each of these pilots have.
Hey, don't discount Andros either, man. He is an incredible pilot. You've seen him, you know, do a great job at getting that position in. And here we go, going after Siego, putting in that damage, flying out on those, and then switching exactly what he needs to do. He needs to get those shields down on that Buccaneer, but while he's doing that, Siego is going to be switching on him, trying to get those hits in. So he has to defend from both sides and try to get those shields down so that Scorpius can hopefully disengage, and he has the timing to switch to that Buccaneer when he needs to.
Yep, they're doing a good job right now. They're trading shots. Siego's staying in, hoping that Buccaneer can get the shots. Andros, can he switch over? Andros is getting picked apart by both of the Liberty Reapers. Andros the Red is just waiting for an opportunity to hit that Buccaneer, but he's trying to balance out two things. Can he do it? Andros is in trouble. The Buccaneers gotta play it safe. If Andros gets a pop on the Buccaneer, it's over. The Scorpius doing a good job of taking some hits, but Andros making his way. He got some shields up. It's a 1v1, and Andros takes out Siego. It's a 1v1. Andros is in trouble. The Buccaneer has its shields up.
This is very dangerous. This is very, very dangerous here for Team Liberty Reapers right now. Andros doing a good job. If he gets his shields back up, I mean, I'm going to say it, but I think the Santok Yai wins this in a 1v1 situation. Already a massive haul red. Can Red Rum do what he needs to do and win it for Liberty Reapers? But Andros, to me, has the advantage here. Let's see how he does in finding his positioning in this merge. Getting that damage in.
And it's
Buccaneer
over!
Down. Wow. Andros the Red, or the Blue.
What a fight.
Andros with
Oh my God.
like play for Avenger Squadron Blue. If this was I'm gonna tell you right now, man, if this was in person, I would have lost my mind in the arena. The arena, the crowd would have been insane under Lake. Oh my Lord, that was an incredible match.
Agreed. Great fights, great fights. Both teams playing to the strength of their strategy. They're going to take it back potentially to plan B here. Obviously, plan A, that was a long fight. Both teams showing the endurance there, working at it, every step of the way. You know, it swapped in Avenger Squadron's favor, then back to Liberty Reapers, then back to Avenger Squadron, and it just keeps on going back and forth. It just shows that these teams are top of the line when it comes to PvP. Absolute insane plays by both squadrons.
Yep. I wonder how many Santucky eyes we're gonna see in the verse right after this, man. I'm gonna have to get me some Santucky eye wallpaper, because my lord, that ship is coming out to play for every single matchup. I'm just gonna say it right now, Santucky eye, the ship of the tournament right there, man. Absolutely amazing. Wow. But I mean, I can look. Yes, the ship is good, but the users using it is making the Santucky eye look absolutely incredible, man. But Andros, wow, what a dogfight from both sides. I'm surprised though that the Scorpius went down initially first like that. And I knew from there, Andros was right. Like, yeah, I got this. You know, like the Buccaneer is not going to be able to, you know, burn me down before I burn it down. The hull was already red. Man, that was an incredible match one.
Yes, no, very incredible. It went both ways, and both teams using to the best of their ship. We're seeing a few swaps come out here, and it's looking like that we're going to see a lot more tanky ships coming out just to basically dogfight. When these pilot skills are very close, we're going to see a lot of swaps coming in, and it's going to be such a wild fight. The meta shifting in the moment based on the team that you're fighting, the plan that you have to put in place to counter the other team's counter is absolutely insane. Just some great fights coming down to the wire in each of these battles. I just can't wait to see what they've got. Andros Red putting in a lot of work with that Santucky eye that last match, ensuring that he knew exactly what he needed to do, swapping over when needed, and focusing down that Scorpius. And the Scorpius just not able to put in the DPS that it needed to in that moment.
Yep. Well, here we go. Apparently, both teams are going to be switching ships here, and this is very interesting, man, because this is what. Hey, look, I'm going to say right now, if this was 2v2, these ships changes weren't going to happen too often, right? So honestly, our goal here at Atmo Esports in the future is to do both 2v2 and 3v3, as you know, matches can get displayed faster. But because we have to get player feeds, and that takes a long time, so until we get spectator mode and we do, you know, both 2v2s and 3v3s or 4s or whatever it is in the future. But my lord, it's incredible to see the display of different ship compositions. But going into match number 2, Avenger Squadron going up 1-0. We got Avenger 1 in the M50, 4 Pigs in the Scorpius, and Andros in the Drake Buccaneer. We got Liberty Reapers. We got Haiba in the Banu Defender. Back again at it. Red Rum in the Santucky eye. And Seago comes back with that Anvil Hawk. This is insane. I love the ship composition. I love what's about to happen here soon.
So, Crucian, you're seeing like a high level of metagaming going on right now. Both squadrons, both Liberty Reapers and Avenger Squadron, they're trying to counterpick. With these blind counterpicks, Avenger Squadron has switched to an entirely interceptor-focused meta. They are going to be using their speed, advantage, coordination to try to isolate targets. Liberty Reapers has swapped over to a pure brawler build with the Banner Defender, the Santucky eye, and the Hawk, focusing the shield health, the DPS of all 3 of those ships, completely flipping it on its head. There was a bit more of a balanced composition from Avenger Squadron initially. This shows a high level of thought and forethought coming into this fight on both teams right now. It's absolutely great to see. It's something that you don't see, and unless you're at a high level of competition, you're probably not going to catch up on these, but each pick is methodical in choice of why they're picking these ships and what exact role that they're performing in these fights.
Hey, man, that's why these blind picks are in play. You know, you're going to have to kill, you know, put it down into play here soon. But just a reminder for everybody watching, if you guys are watching at, you know, whether it's on Twitch, YouTube, or X. Appreciate you guys jumping in, man. Remember, we have the Matcherino. It's currently live. It's a free crowdfunded platform, so you guys can jump into the Matcherino, !Matcherino in the channel, and go claim that free code. There's still 11 codes for, you know, to claim for free, so you guys can put something towards the price pool. If you guys are enjoying the matches, or you guys are entertained, make sure you guys are claiming that free code, and let's continue to bolster that price pool and making it bigger every moment that we can. So, but here we go. I believe we're getting teams ready. We're here. starting here soon. I mean, I'm excited. I've seen, bro, the M50s out to play with NDBs. I'm getting excited now. I haven't seen the M50. I believe the M50 was chosen in the group stage. It was an offline match, so I'm excited to see it play out here in this match or in this round number 2 here versus Avenger Squadron Blue and Liberty Reapers.
Yeah, it's going to be crazy. I love to see the ship choice, the ship variation, both teams giving their all on strategic choice. Interesting to see 4Pigs swap over to the Scorpius. Different strategy coming out of each team. Not sure exactly who their target may be. Again, the Defender has been the likely target of all teams when it's been on the battlefield, but Haiba has been putting in great work with the Defender and being able to escape a lot of the fights. So it's going to be something that's very interesting to see if Haiba can defend versus these interceptors from Avenger Squadron. It could play out in their favor extremely well. Liberty Reapers will have to be putting in a lot of swaps because Avenger Squadron will probably be disengaging more frequently than they were last match. We're just waiting on some teams to get ready. They're clearing out some of the wrecks from the ship swaps, and then they should be getting on their way shortly.
Yep, here we go. I mean, yeah, we'll see some disengage though, but I mean, you still have, you know, that Buccaneer there for Andros, and I love seeing the display of you know, hey, I can't just fly the Arrow, I can fly the Santok. Yeah, I can't just you know, Santok. Yeah, now I can fly the Drake Buccaneer, man. I love seeing the diversity of ship pools that each team member can bring on into this play. And I'm gonna say right now, man, that you know, these teams where they're at currently is the right teams that we have. You know, like it's you can tell the respect that they have for each other and the carefulness to take each other serious when it comes to this round, to every single round that they play on this. Like if Avenger Squadron Blue had utmost confidence that they can continue on with that same comp, it would have stayed there. But instead, no, we're gonna switch because we know that the next team is gonna switch as well. So definitely gonna be an interesting round here. And I believe we've already started.
The fight has started. They're moving in. They're identifying the targets, looking at the next opponents. Liberty Reapers needs a couple wins. They need to be able to tie it up 1-1. Again, 3 fights will bring them on to the next round. Both teams may have that long endurance engagement like they've done before, and we've seen. It's often likely that that does occur. Liberty Reapers have been very planned out when they do aggress. They've been taking the initiative in these long fights. But Avenger Squadron throw them off last round by taking the initiative in opening engagements. Let's see if Avenger Squadron in this full interceptor grouping has anything to do. Can they break the defenses of Liberty Reapers? We'll see in a moment as the opening shots start to ring out. Ciego pushing in toward Avenger 1. The engagement, Avenger 1 firing over on that Banu. Ciego is taking the hits, and Avenger 1 is now focusing the Hawk. Ciego is the primary target with Avenger Squadron focusing. Ciego's in a lot of trouble. The Hawk can't get out of there. The damage is coming in on Avenger 1. The Hawk trying to take some shots, jaffing to get out of there. Red Rum and Haiba are unshot. Andros Red is taking some hits. He is red and flying away. Ciego still the target. Avenger Squadron putting in some work. Ciego is taking some heavy hits again. All the fighters are firing. The Scorpius is trying to get some damage on that Hawk, and the disengage happens. Andros Red doing some damage. Firing at Haiba, getting him out of there. Firing some missiles as he nabs away. Andros Red has got some red hull on the back of his Buccaneer, and it's going to be crazy.
This is very dangerous. The trade, of course, you know, having Liberty Reapers, having that brawler situation happening here is going to favor Liberty Reapers every single time here. But great job overall. I know Sego's going to be that target that, you know, Avenger Squadron Blue is going to want to melt down as soon as possible. But so far, Andros is in a dangerous position.
Yes, no, for sure. 4Pigs needs to bring that Scorpius into the fight, get some damage, and they really have to capitalize on getting Ciego down. If they're going to focus a target, perhaps Haiba or Red Rum are a better target, but Ciego has now used that chaff. He only has 5. Avenger 1 again, starting the fight in the M50 on Ciego, trying to go evasive, getting some hits in. Ciego again taking the brawling fight. Avenger 1 waiting for those Santuck Yais to merge on him. He's not taking it. Avenger 1 is sticking in. Ciego now chaffing, trying to get out. He's hull damaged. He's pulling out. The Scorpius is chasing, but it's too far out, too far, too late. The Scorpius is slow to turn. Moving back in, and Andros is taking heavy hits. Does he go down here? Haiba's putting in a lot of damage, but Haiba's now pressured by Avenger 1. Haiba now has to disengage. And Haiba gets out. Four Pigs now coming in, bringing it up. Ciego remerging, trying to get back to Liberty Reapers. They're trying to group back up. Another good job by Avenger Squadron, but again, Andros is punished for being in the Buccaneer, and Liberty Reapers putting in more damage. He can't do that much more.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Haiba didn't stick there a little bit longer and just was able to put in a little bit more damage than Andros, but Andros is bleeding that hull out as much as he can, man, fully red, and right now the advantage, you know, in these merges, in these plays, Liberty Reapers is currently just doing a good job at making sure that, hey, Avenger 1 is just not freely just doing the damage, you know, in this M50, doing a great job overall at controlling the match here in this round number 2. You know, I think one more pass, if they're not mistaken, Andros can go down here if they get a good target on him. So Avenger 1 going in, doing his best as he can in that M50, getting some damage on Ciego, which is going to be that target here for Avenger Squadron Blue.
Agreed. Yep, the same strategy playing out. Avenger Squadron doing the work. Again, they're moving in. Four Pigs taking some shots from the Santuck Yai. Forced to disengage. The Scorpius actually being the target this time. The Scorpius disengages, trying to remerge. Avenger 1 trying to look at Ciego. Andros the Red putting in some shots, doing 48 damage, but it's not enough. He's pulling out because he can't take much more. Ciego is the target right now. Four Pigs is looking for an opportunity to get back in. Both teams are completely separated, and Haiba's taking some hits. Avenger 1 is on his tail. The defender just took a missile hit. Haiba could go down. Haiba needs to get out of here quickly, but Avenger 1 is on his tail, doing
Holy
damage.
shit.
Heavy hits. Here it comes. Haiba is out. He nabbed out. He survived.
Wow. Wow, what a play there by Andros the Red with those missiles, getting a hit while his shields were down into Haiba. If that would have took him out, that would have been an insane play by Avenger Squadron Blue with using missiles to their advantage. And look at Andros the Red, still fully red. Any moment he could go down if once those shields go down. So very, very... very insane situation for Liberty Reapers, but Haiba doing a great job corkscrewing out of the way and just getting out of danger's notice. But man, this match is heating up very quickly, and it could be over here shortly.
Competition is crazy high. It could be over instantaneously, just like we saw last time. Again, Avenger 1 putting in those peppering shots on Liberty Reapers, hoping to break them up, hoping to get that advantage before they go in. Avenger Squadron using their speed and evasion, trying to get damage on target as the Liberty Reapers are disengaging, but the tankiness of those ships are coming in clutch as Liberty Reapers are able to take the damage enough time for them to be able to disengage in nav mode out of the fight. And they're both reformed, every team capitalizing, making sure that they go into these fights fully shielded, fully boosted, with all weapons firing toward their opponents. It could turn in a moment. Andros cannot take one more shot. Four Pigs was the target last time by Liberty Reapers. He didn't take much damage. He could probably do it again. We'll see if Liberty Reapers can focus up and take out Avenger 1 or Andros the Red. Couple long-range shots coming in.
Here. Yeah, here we go. Teams are still feeling out for each other. A big reset here again. I know how bad Avenger Squadron Blue wants this, but Liberty Reapers saying, no, we're not going to give it to you without a fight. We're going to continue moving forward, seeing some target switches on Avenger 1. He's in the M50, by the way, for those of you guys that are seeing M50 for the first time, seeing it on screen, doing a great job at keeping up with some of these teams, doing some damage right back on Haiba. Haiba shields are currently down, and he's going to have to get out of there as soon as possible.
Haiba goes down!
Is down! Wow, what a play there by Andros. Fully red. They're not even concentrating on the Buccaneer, doing the amount of damage that he needed to bring Haiba down, and that puts up Avenger Squadron up 3 ships to 2.
And down goes Ciego. A second hit. Four Pigs coming in with a clutch destruction. And Red Rum focusing Andros the Red, but Andros does not die. He refuses. Red Rum is in trouble. They're focusing up all 3 Avenger Squadrons on Red Rum. This This fight might even be over.
Wow. They turned this around so quickly while Andros is still alive. Wasn't even a target. Allow him to do the damage that he did in order to clean out this round number 2, putting Avenger Squadron Blue up 2-0. Man, I didn't see that coming whatsoever. I'm going to be honest.
That was absolutely wild. I think that Avenger Squadron seemed to lock in there. They focused down Hyaba, and once the cards started falling, it did not go back in their favor. Liberty Reapers did a great job extending that fight, focusing those targets, getting Andros so close to death, but I don't know what he's got in there. He just refuses to die, and Liberty Reapers needs to turn this one around. They cannot afford one more loss in this fight. Avenger Squadron poised to go back up into the finals again for a rematch. Liberty Reapers need to take this next one.
Yeah, that was a great display. I'm very surprised with how good that M50 just came in, did his damage, and got out. That was a very well played, very well used. But man, seeing Avenger Squadron Blue make I would say a situation that wasn't playing on their part and just use it to their advantage. That was incredible. I'm surprised that Andros was still alive at that point. I was super surprised. I was super surprised, but great job by Avenger Squadron Blue. Very, very well done.
Exactly. And we can't sleep on Liberty Reapers here because they put in the work. That first fight again came extremely close. The reason one, Andros was able to clutch with that Santuck Yai. This ship choice and composition is really playing a big role in these fights, I think. And it's going to be interesting to see what these teams come up with for the next fight. This is for everything. The next fight will determine if Avenger Squadron moves on and if Liberty Reapers can come away with this. There's got to be some changes going on, things going on in these teams' mind. They all have a plan. Looks like the match is launched. The teams are locking in their choices, and they're about to go in and double check for the final fight of the losers bracket. Or can Liberty Reapers come back for a reverse sweep and take out Avenger Squadron, going on to fight Shadow Moses for the finals? We're going to see here pretty shortly, and it's going to be very entertaining.
Yep. This is a lifeline, man. This is incredible 3v3 action happening. For those of you guys watching from home, appreciate you guys joining us, and thank you all so much. But man, this is high-level play from high-level teams. This is a top 3 forming right now. This is for their tournament life. Any of these teams go out, they're out of the tournament, and whoever wins moves on. But I mean, Liberty Reapers is still so close. It's just these little moments are catching them off guard. So Liberty Reapers, just has to do a good job at adjusting. But overall, they're right there. They're not too far away from winning a match and taking one away from Avenger Squadron Blue here, Thunder Lake.
Yeah, exactly. It only takes a few moments, one mistake of any of the pilots at Avenger Squadron, or a good collapse from Liberty Reapers. Both teams are exceptionally talented and putting their best on the line here. I'm just interested to see if Liberty Reapers can refocus and target swap over, get that initial kill. They might just need to re-engage or stay on the target a little bit longer, maybe prioritizing their life and being able to take out one of the targets first will turn the tide in their favor. Liberty Reapers putting in a lot of great work here by swapping in their ships, making sure that they have what they need to do the damage. Avenger Squadron showing high levels of coordination, as well as Liberty Reapers, because we saw multiple resets this last fight. And it's likely that we're going to see this again, because both teams understand what the stakes are here.
I'm gonna be honest, man. I'm a little bit sad for one thing that we had a ban from the tournament, which was EMPs. EMPs are right now doing, I believe, it's a little bit overpowered, doing double damage. But I wish I would have seen some EMP gameplay. We've seen it in the past in previous fighter flights. So I ain't gonna lie, man. If we would have had some EMPs come into play, that would have been a lot of fun to watch too as well, Thunder Lake.
Yeah, for sure. The EMP definitely would be interesting. Once one person was turned off, basically, an EMP, if they're completely out of the fight, it's pretty quick for you to lose targeting, and firing without these indicators is extremely difficult. So The EMP would have been very strong. It would have been interesting to see how the meta would shift if that were engaged. These teams going in for scanning right now.
Yeah, it should be good here.
Who's
I
excited?
believe. Sorry, go ahead.
What do we think for predictions? Who do we think is going to pull away with this? What is everyone's thoughts? This is such a wild ride. Every bullet matters. Every hull point is being used to the best of their ability. And once it starts falling, it starts falling. But we've seen a couple turnarounds, even in the 1v2s, even in the 3v1s in Fight or Flight. We've seen these things come down to the wire. So anything can happen in StarCitizen right now.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, it's teams are looks like they're gonna stick to their previous ship picks here. And you know, is gonna be another same as round 2. We're gonna see Avenger Squadron Blue going along with the same composition, M50 Scorpius Drake Buccaneer, and Liberty Reapers sticking with their same composition as well, and sticking to their guns. Bennett Defender, Santuck Yai, and Anvil Hawk. I think that I think Liberty Reapers did really, really well in this composition, honestly. So, but let's see if they can, kind of come out on top this time around and push the limits of this current matchup. Because right now, man, Avenger Squadron Blue is looking really good, man. That M50, seeing it in action, it was actually pretty impressive.
No, totally agree. We're going to see a similar strategy out of Avenger Squadron, something that worked for them. But is it a risk? Will Liberty Reapers adapt their strategy and maybe make some different decisions they did in the first fight? Avenger Squadron sticking to the same composition is understandable for the success that they had with this, considering their opponents. Liberty Reapers now with more knowledge about exactly what Avenger Squadron will be doing. It's likely to see that this outcome may be reversed. Liberty Reapers needs to make this happen. This is for everything. And Ciego in that Hawk we saw as the primary target for most of the fight. Can they do that again? They swapped over, and Haiba was the first one to go down there in that Defender. Avenger 1 able to make a lot of those merges on the tail of Haiba. It's going to be a similar situation here. And 4Pigs coming in huge with the Scorpius. We saw several disengages last fight where 4Pigs was moving in and out of the fight. The Scorpius trying to do its best. If it had more of that capacitor, I think maybe we might have seen a different outcome when the Scorpius was with Ciego versus Andros the Red in that Santuck Yai last match. Both teams seem to be ready. Crucian, this is going to be such a good fight. I cannot wait to see what happens.
Yeah, man. I believe, I don't know what it could be for Liberty Reapers, but the playing this long throughout a loser's bracket, there's a lot of play, man. There's a lot of jitters, fatigue. There's all of the above coming into play, man. When you're playing at a high level like this, it really wears you down, believe it or not. So this is not something that both teams are doing at a very high level. So going into the grand finals against Shadow Moses, where they're just been waiting there for some time, but let's see how Avenger Squadron Blue does here. And I believe the match is started. The match is about ready to go.
Yep.
Let's see who survives this next round.
Excellent. Red Rum is moving in with that Santuck Yai. Looks like he is leading. No, Ciego is one leading right now for Liberty Reapers, moving in, kind of baiting Avenger Squadron to take that initial fight. Haiba was able to put in a lot of damage, and here we go with Avenger 1. The same tried and true strategy. Here he comes in with the NDBs this time, focusing up on the enemy target. Haiba taking some of those hits. They're putting pressure on Haiba early, and we move over to the Santuck Yai. Red Rum covering for Haiba, pushing out Avenger Squadron from that fight, making sure Haiba can regenerate his shields. But 4Pigs getting in a couple shots on Haiba as well. He is the main focus right now. That defender, Ciego, looking to put some pressure on 4Pigs. Haiba putting some shots in at Avenger 1 as he blows through, not taking enough damage. Haiba is now trying to focus Avenger 1. 4Pigs trying to third-party Haiba. Haiba is now taking some heavy hits. The Scorpius is coming in very huge right now. Big damage coming out. Haiba needs to escape. Can Ciego and them stop Haiba from going down? And Haiba is destroyed. 4Pigs, Cully commits, and Haiba is down. Liberty Reapers need to make something happen right now. They cannot afford to let Avenger Squadron escape. Red Rum in the Santuk Yai, trading with the Scorpius. The Scorpius is now pulling out, and Avenger Squadron is swapping over to Ciego. Ciego's taking some hits. He doesn't see Avenger on his tail. He's trying to move. He's trying to get refocused. He's evasive, but it's not enough. Avenger Squadron is tearing Ciego apart. Ciego makes it out and takes some damage, but Four Pigs is now re-engaged. The Santuk is in pieces. It's falling apart. Four Pigs is absolutely decimating Red Rum, and Avenger Squadron is picking apart Liberty Reapers. This could be an Avenger Squadron victory.
Wow, to catch Haiba like that off guard is unnatural for that moment. For him to go down like that, that is not something that I thought that we would have seen, honestly. But my lord, Avenger Squadron Blue just brought it. They brought a strategy. They brought the gameplay, and they're taking no mercy versus Liberty Reapers at this time. Avenger Squadron Blue showing them, the world right now, why they're a top team in this tournament. I mean, and seeing that play with the, seeing the play with the M50 right now, getting Red Rum's trying to get some damage versus Andros right now, and not getting enough right now. Seagull and Red Rum currently red. They're just waiting for a current strategy, getting some missiles out from the Andros side. Man, this is brutal.
He caught Avenger 1
right now.
Yep, exactly. Avenger 1 being a little bit over-aggressive here. Ciego was able to isolate that target and push Avenger 1 out of the fight. Now Four Pigs again, going into the Santuk Yai. Heavy fighter versus medium fighter. The Scorpius is putting in some damage. The Santuk Yai is not doing enough. I'm not sure. He looks like he's running. Ciego's focusing Avenger 1. Again, they're trading targets. Red Rum needs to get out of there. The Santuk Yai is putting in some work, but it's just not enough. He survives. Ciego is the primary target. Andros is getting some hits. Right now, it's looking pretty grim for the Reapers.
Yeah, great job by Andros understanding that Red Rum was just right behind him, getting those hits and then disengaging out of the way. And Seagull, man, just taking some unneeded damage there at that moment. But here we go, Red Rum, going after that Scorpius. That Scorpius is just doing a great job at just taking down Red Rum. And Red Rum looks like any more hits, and that's going to be it for Liberty Reapers here shortly. A lot of damage coming in, and
Red
boom!
Rum is popped.
Goes Red Rum is out of the game, and all of Avenger Squadron Blue still alive and running, and all there's left is a little Hawk. We are the Predators, and the Hawk has no chance to get his food, unfortunately, leaving Liberty Reapers 0-3 against Avenger Squadron Blue. That is tough.
Ciego would hope for a miracle here. If Avenger Squadron focus too tight and they collide, that could put it into Liberty Reapers' favor, but it's not gonna happen. Ciego goes down, and Liberty Reapers are knocked out. Good fights on both sides. What an amazing battle.
Wow, 3-0, Avenger Squadron Blue goes up. What the heck happened? That third round went way too fast. Let's get back to the desk. Let's hear what Zero State has to say. The losers finals is completed, and that's going to put Liberty Reapers in third place for the Fighter Flight 2955. But my lord, Avenger Squadron Blue got warm, they got comfortable, and they dominated. Zero State, what are your thoughts, man?
Yeah, absolutely. Shout out to Liberty's Reapers. That was a really fun match to watch. One of the most fun of the weekend for me. It was really interesting to see between Fight 1 and Fight 2 a total ship swap. I was really excited to see that. That tells me a total ship swap and still having Fight 2 and Fight 1 be as close as they were tells me that this is a very skill-based thing, right? These teams are clearly very close in skill. They were using their ships to their advantages as best they could. In the first fight, I think it really came down to that going from a 3v3 to a 2v2. So Haiba went down finally, but they traded for A1. So Avenger 1 went down as well. And then the Scorpius came in, and I think the Scorpius scored 2 kills. There was the Scorpius, I think, killed Avenger 1 and killed somebody else too. But then it came down to the Buccaneer in that first fight just wasn't able to get effective long enough to really help Liberty Reapers to beat Andros at the end there, and Andros came through. We've seen that from the Centaur AI a few times. It's surprisingly tanky in a kind of knockdown, drag-out fight at the end of matches. We've seen Centaur AIs come down from 2v1, I think, a couple of times, and that was really fun to watch. The ship swap was really interesting. Like Thunder Lake was saying, Liberty Reaper said, hey, we're going to out-brawl them. We're just going to out-tank these guys. And AVS said, hey, we're going to outfly these guys, right? We're going to get in our interceptors. We're going to be able to engage and disengage at our leisure, right, and keep ourselves together. And credit to them, they did that throughout the next two matches in Fight 2 and Fight 3. They really came through, and they said, we're going to have great comms. We're going to stay together. We're going to regroup when we need to, and we're going to attack targets together. And I think they just outplayed Liberty Reapers in that a little bit. It seemed like Liberty Reapers, couldn't get their Buccaneer quite in focus, and they, they lost Haiba again, and that was it was all downhill from there, especially in Fight 3.
Absolutely
Yeah,
wild
that was
fight.
in
Completely agree.
Yeah, were you done, Zero State? I didn't know if you were still going.
Well, only one more thing to say. I think it was interesting to watch the Buccaneer keep himself safe as long as he did. Really, really played because he knew and said, hey, they're going to target the Buccaneer. They're going to want to get this DPS out of here. I got to try to get into that third-party mentality. And it was really interesting to see that they anticipated the trade attempt when they killed Haiba in Fight 3. So they took down Haiba kind of early in that fight. And I remember, I was listening to you guys say, can the Liberty Reapers trade this out? Can they trade a ship for a ship here and make it a 2v2? And they couldn't quite do that. And I think the reason is that Liberty Reapers was hoping to trade the Buccaneer for the Banu Defender in that moment. They said, all right, if we can kill the Buck when they kill our Banu Defender, we can still fight this out. But that Buccaneer, I think, anticipated that. I think AVS anticipated that trade attempt, and they said, all right, Buccaneer, you get yourself safe as soon as we get lethal damage on this Banu Defender. You get out of here because they're going to come after you immediately. And they did a great job with that. Took the fight.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, man, from round 1 to round 3 was an absolute movie. In round 1, you had that 2v1 that that needed to happen. In round 2, you see the switch to the M50, but I'm not sure if you saw in that round 3 where you saw Avenger 1 just flying behind the Hawk, and the Hawk couldn't even know where the heck, that's how fast that M50 he was, using it to the advantage, trying to get in that position where the Hawk didn't even know where he was kind of getting hit from at that point. But
we've seen Avenger
in
1
round
use
3. Yeah,
Go ahead.
I was gonna say in that round 3, it felt like Liberty Reapers just completely discombobulated and just couldn't keep up at that point, because that was the fastest match of the entire or the fastest round of the entire matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. Losing their Banu Defender and not being able to get that trade early on in the fight really throws a team on their heels. We've seen Avenger 1 use these light ships like the 85X and the M50 now to lethal effect quite a few times, and I think he'll probably stick with that.
Yeah, well, Thunder, any extra thoughts here, man? This was an insane matchup. I got to give it again one more time to Liberty Reapers, guys. You guys, great job. 3rd place in the tournament. Obviously, Liberty Reapers is that's not what we wanted. We wanted to go all the way, but still, you guys played very well. But Thunder, any last thoughts here for this matchup?
They did, yeah. So last thoughts for sure. Both teams played it out to the T, the best of their ability. I saw a lot of really good merges. I saw a lot of disengages where it was the right moment. They were taking too much fire and they got out. Avenger Squadron was able to re-engage quickly and utilize their ships to their advantage with those interceptor tunings. That speed really put it in their favor in this fight. I'm just looking to see great fights from everyone. All these competitors are at such a top level. It's just a beauty to watch.
Yeah, it's absolutely phenomenal. Again, thanks everybody at home that is tuning into the Fighter Flight 2955 Championship Sunday. I don't even I like hearing Fighter Flight Championship Sunday compared to Football Sunday. Nobody cares about that right now, but I'm comparing two massive things. But no, man, thank you guys all for watching at home. Let's take a look at our updated bracket here, and let's get some predictions in going into this grand finals. But honestly, I didn't think that. I think Liberty Reapers would have at least won a couple matches, at least one, to my opinion here, and kind of gave. I mean, every single round was very, very tight and very close, but I thought they would at least take one match. But But yeah, very, very well played. Now, we have grand finals. We have Shadow Moses, who is in the winner's side, and Avenger Squadron Blue, who is up from the loser side. In order for Avenger Squadron Blue to go the distance, they need to win 2 best of 5s. They're going to have to reset the bracket and play up to 6 to 10 matches straight and win in order for them to be the champions. It's not going to be easy. Fatigue is going to go into play. Concentration needs to be at an ultimate. So, right back to you, Thunder Lake. Grand finals. You saw how great Avenger Squadron Blue can adjust. What are your thoughts? Is Shadow Moses still taking it? Or you feel like Avenger Squadron Blue can adjust and hopefully give them a run for their money?
Yeah, frankly, I think that it's going to be such a really good fight. Avenger Squadron obviously warming things up right now. They're locking it in. The initial fight versus Shadow Moses did not go in their favor at all. So we need to see some sort of coordination coming from Avenger Squadron. I think Shadow Moses is a very talented team. All of their pilots are top level, looking to get every hit count. So they're going to be on Avenger Squadron. They're not going to give them breathing room. They're not going to give them the resets, perhaps. And I think that Shadow Moses will win a couple fights. I think Avenger Squadron, learning from their last fight, will win a few. I believe that Avenger Squadron has it in them to win this fight and perhaps bring it to a final fight over the next one. I will say, though, that my prediction is that fatigue will come into play. We saw from Liberty Reapers having to fight 3 or 4 fights in a row that team endurance has come in. If Avenger Squadron brings it back and they fight for the grand finals in round 2, it could go Shadow Moses' way for sure.
All right, Zero State, give us your thoughts, man. Grand finals, this one is going to be another movie displayed. Who you got?
And I tell you, I think it's a difficult hill to climb to know that you have to beat a team so many times. AVS is warm. They just came from a really, really good fight against Liberty Reapers. I think they've got their strategies in place. I think they know what they want to do. I think their comms are getting clean, right? I think they're making good calls and they're sticking with those calls. And I think they're in a great groove. Shadow Moses has been hanging around for a little while. They've been chilling in voice. They've been trying to stay cool, stay calm, but they've cooled off since their last fight. It's been a while today, right? So this could create a situation where they've got to kind of re-warm up a little bit, you know, and they've got to kind of get back in that groove of comms and fighting and learning how and remembering how they want to fight against AVS, remembering how their ship comps want to go and remembering how their calls want to go and things like that. There's always that room for error as you cool off a little bit throughout the day. I've been there. I've been in a few of these fighter flights. Cooling off is a weird thing for me. I don't know if it is for them.
Yeah.
They seem to stay pretty cool under pressure. But for me, if I sit around for an hour or two, I really got to work hard to get back in the groove before that first match. And it makes me a little bit nervous. Hopefully it doesn't affect them. It doesn't seem to, as they've been on some of the biggest stages. I think it's going to be a really hard hill for AVS to climb here. I think I'm tentatively going to give it to Shadow Moses, but we're going to have to see how it goes out. With this day's been full of surprises already. So let's see how it goes.
All right, well, before the grand finals happens, guys, I want to talk a little bit about Enter Atmosphere 5956. All I'm going to say is if you're in Australia, we got an entire event coming down. It's been about almost 12 years. It's been 10 plus years since StarCitizen has came down to Australia, since 2014, since they actually announced first-person shooter in Arena Commander. But we're bringing them back. Enter Atmosphere 2956 is going to be a ship racing and dogfighting showcase at Fortress Sydney in Sydney, Australia. We have a quick trailer for you guys here shortly. So if you guys are in that APAC region, make sure you guys come down. We're going to have both Chris and Sandy Roberts, Tyler Whitkin, Community Director. We're going to have meet and greets, a lot of fun vibes. We're going to have a flight school, a dogfighting school. We're going to have a lot of incredible things at this event. So guys, do not miss out if you're from the APAC region or if you're in Australia. Check out the trailer real quick and we'll be right back.
Get ready, Australia! For the first time ever, the ultimate StarCitizen event comes down under. Experience Enter Atmosphere 2956 live from Fortress Sydney. Join fellow citizens, share drinks, stories, and celebrate the universe at the Bar Citizen. Witness pilots go head-to-head in ship races and intense dogfights. Feel the energy of a live crowd as they compete for amazing prizes. The countdown has begun. Secure your tickets for the Southern Hemisphere's biggest StarCitizen event. Visit atmo.sc/EA56 to learn more.
All right, we're back. I had to go run get something real quick that I want to show off here, okay? And we just got this in recently, so I just want to look, man. We've been working hard to make sure that every single competitor gets one of these right here, and it's a heavy metal. So this is a metal that the top 3 is going to be able to win. This thing is it's a weapon, but yeah, I just wanted to show it off here before the grand finals, man. So this is gonna go to the top 3. They're gonna get a medal, and then first place is gonna get a trophy. So I ran to get that within that commercial break, so I'm a little bit out of breath. Had to run up, down, left, right, and I got it in time, so we're good. But
I was gonna say, do you keep it in another building?
My house ain't that big, man. Okay, but now we got the medals there. So, but I mean, guys, it looks like everybody's a little bit, toward Shadow Moses. I don't want to see an easy battle, to be honest, from my side. And it looks like both teams are ready. But guys, this is it. All right, we're gonna interview the winners after this as well. So Zero State, one more time. We'll be right back. All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. If you didn't notice yet, okay, we're in Security Post Korea, obviously, but it looks like both teams are about ready. They're like breaking man, see how each team is running, etc.
All right, yeah, so today we've got Format in the Asperia Blade using those Warlords with the Wasp as a secondary weapon. Mogus in the Gladius using CF repeaters. St. Nick's in the Santuck Yai. That's the tried and true methodology for what they've been doing in this final fight. Avenger 1 using the M50 with NDB laser repeaters. 4 Pigs in the Scorpius with the CFs, and Andros the Red in the Drake Buccaneer. It looks like Avenger Squadron has been pulling, maybe hiding something from the other teams and using this interceptor strategy. We often see them in the verse using this strategy as well. So Shadow Moses will see if they can come up and defeat them with their tried and true fight. They have the Blade, the Gladius, and the Santuck Yai, and before they were able to pick apart Avenger Squadron, understanding exactly when AVS would come in, move out, and remerge. They're able to trade shots and do damage all along that line and take them out. Will Avenger Squadron be able to break the Shadow Moses defenses? I'm not sure, but I know for a fact that a few of these individuals, like looking at St. Nick's, Amogus, Format, as well as Avenger 1, 4 Pigs in Red, nobody's going to be missing those shots when they're 300 meters or below. There's going to be damage dealt. There's going to be ships being destroyed. As soon as this fight happens, it will end very quickly. But we have seen Avenger Squadron disengage and be able to make it out with that long-winded fight with Liberty Reapers. Will they be able to do it here and incrementally gain an advantage against Shadow Moses? It's going to be such an interesting fight. I'm predicting that 4 Pigs will likely engage with a Scorpius, probably on Amogus or Format, and then the other teams from Avenger Squadron will probably likely focus those targets as well. Can St. Nick's defend his team from the Interceptor-tuned ships? We'll have to wait and see. This match is almost ready to go, and I am just drilling with anticipation.
Yep, here we go. I mean, we got a little bit of a crash, so starting to get Andros back in here shortly, and we're going to get a countdown, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, I know there's hey, just put in the chat whoever you're rooting for, guys. Get excited. Get hype. I don't care if you're watching, you better be watching on your football TV, on the biggest one you got in your house, and root for your favorite team. Anticipate, yell at that screen if you need to, man. I'm excited for this one. Let's see if Avenger Squadron Blue can keep up that momentum going into the grand finals. I want to see a dogfight. I don't want to see one-sided matches. I want to see them give it to Shadow Moses because they're going to, not saying they haven't earned it, but they're going to have to earn it and go through Avenger Squadron Blue if they want to be the fight or flight. 29-59, 29-55 champions, man. Bro, these what do you call it? StarCitizen dates, man. The years and killing me every time. Every time.
Yeah, understood. Yeah, I'm not sure of the exact math on there for sure, but it doesn't matter much when you have someone as a PvP org right in front of your face and you're looking to fight. Doesn't matter what year it is because you're looking to send them home packing. And that's what Shadow Moses is looking to do right now, is to send Avenger Squadron back to the losers bracket. But obviously they've earned their spot here. Avenger Squadron looking to make a mark and take Shadow Moses down. The match has started, and Floormat looking for individuals. They're formed up with their team. Santuk Yai as St. Nick's leading the way with those high-level shields. 4 Pigs, 2.5 out. Andros are red, separated. Avenger 1, they're completely separated. They're trying to break apart Shadow Moses, but they are moving toward 4 Pigs, and an engagement has started at 1.6k. Not much hits are going to come in from that distance. 4 Pigs not doing a full engagement, waiting to see if Avenger Squadron takes the fight with St. Nick's. Both heavy ships, or heavier type ships, are moving toward each other. Avenger 1 focusing, getting some shots down on Floormat. He focused. Floormat got a couple hits on that M50. It can't take much of those. Andros the Red is well focusing, but not much happens. Among Us is now fighting Andros the Red, trying to get that merge on the Buccaneer. The Buccaneer shields are down. Andros is taking some hits. You're going to win, get shot. Nope. Among Us is now focused up by Avenger 1. Avenger 1 taking some shots as well. Has to get out of there. They're watching each other's back. The Scorpius now coming in. Floormat focusing the Scorpius. 4 Pigs also being focused by St. Nick's. 4 Pigs can't take much damage from Floormat and St. Nick's. The Scorpius looks like he'll get out of here. Amogus also coming in on the Avenger 1 Buccaneer. And that's the first.
Here we go. I mean,
skirmish.
that was a good first merge here, and we got to, peel a lot. I see Amogus took a little bit of damage as well. You see a lot of that trigger discipline and a lot of switching back and forth. It seems like, they're just trying to get, hey, I'm going to switch to Avenger 1 quickly, and hopefully he can, move away and then switch to another ship and hopefully get some damage in there. But, man, that was very scary because Andros was taking some heavy damage there. But still, I don't see that hull being too red, so good job on peeling out, corkscrewing out of the way, and getting out as soon as possible. Still, everybody's resetting right now, getting their, boost back up, getting their shields back up, and getting ready for another merge and engage. But look at 4 Pigs. 4 Pigs, that Scorpius is damaged, those wings. And, St. Nick's doing a good job, man, and being so freaking accurate with those weapons right now.
And here we come again. Avenger 1 is now taking the priority shot. St. Nick's is taking him out and pushing him out of the fight. St. Nick's does not commit fully on Avenger 1. He identifies that and turns right back in for the engagement. Amogus and Floormat looking for an opportunity to hit any of these interceptors. If they can get a good merge on 4 Pigs or Andros the Red, they can take them out pretty quickly. 4 Pigs now taking some shots, but he's disengaging, and 4 Pigs is just taking hits. He's out of position. 4 Pigs is taking some shots. He's taking some shots. Avenger 1 is now focused and emerged. He's trying to hit Floormat, push him out of the fight. Floormat is taking the fight. He's sticking close to his team, and Avenger 1 is now has to disengage.
Yep, shields are down there for Avenger 1. He has to get out of the way, but man, you saw Floormat giving some damage into that Scorpius as much as you can. Amogus doing that as well, just targeting. They want to take that Scorpius down. It is the weakest. They're like, hey, that Scorpius is very low. We can't use it as a tank anymore in this battle, and that's going to put Avenger Squadron Blue at a disadvantage here. And look at an entire Shadow Moses team, barely any hulls red. I haven't seen shields go down whatsoever. They're playing very, very well, knowing exactly when to switch, when to take the damage, and when to move out. So this is very scary for Avenger Squadron Blue, but as we've seen them in their Liberty Reapers match, anything could happen at any moment, and they can just burn somebody down very quickly.
Agreed. Amogus is... What I'm seeing here right now is Amogus is capitalizing on trying to chase down that Scorpius during those fights, keep its shields down for an extended period. Shadow Moses is waiting for an opportunity for Avenger Squadron to disengage, break apart, so they can pounce on one of the Avenger Squadron team and try to take out that ship. Once they get one ship down, it's a quick stack fall. I'm not thinking that it will be likely in the favor. Avenger 1, again, focusing Floormat, trying to get those shields down, maybe bait him out into a fight. Oh, and Floormat is taking some hits. His shields are down, but he's taking the fight with the Buccaneer. And Avenger 1 back on Floormat. Amogus is trying to hit the Buccaneer. He's caught him a little bit, doing some damage. 4 Pigs pushing in, trying to get some damage, but St. Nick's is there to push out 4 Pigs. Nobody goes down just yet. It is neck and neck. Damage on Avenger Squadron, damage on Floormat. It could turn at any moment here.
That was very scary there for Floormat. I mean, I think Avenger Squadron Blue in that merge did a great job at making sure that Floormat took the damage that it needs, while you saw Amogus and St. Nick spread out that damage to get them off of him as soon as possible, because if not, that Buccaneer would have went down, and that in 4 pigs as well, still being super red in that Scorpius. But I ain't gonna lie, Avenger Squadron Blue kind of trying to get, play it well here, trying to get that blade down. That blade down cannot continue doing damage with those cannons because it's gonna bring down somebody very, very quickly here. So let's reset here. Shields are back up for all teams. Get those resources in gear, and now we're gonna see another merge here soon, which this moment could be where either someone for Avenger Squadron Blue goes down or somebody from Shadow Moses loses their ship as well. Here we go.
Andros being targeted by St. Nick's, immediately pushing him out of the fight. The Scorpius also now being swapped over. The Scorpius taking some hits. Floormat is still firing at Avenger 1 because he knows that he's going to swap to him to try to take out Floormat. Floormat getting focused by multiple, but he gets a hit on Avenger 1. He's got to get out, but Floormat is sitting pressured still. Andros Red is coming in. He can't make the turn fast enough, and the Buccaneer is taking some hits. Amogus, can he finish off Andros here? He's looking like he's getting some hits. Avenger 1 swapped over to Amogus to try to protect Andros Red. Amogus has to swap over to Avenger 1, getting some hits in. Amogus is taking some shots as well. They swapped over to the Gladius. Can St. Nick's get back in the fight? He's trying to move to his teammate. Floormat taking some shots on 4 pigs. 4 pigs taking some heavy hits from that blade. It's absolutely destruction. People are brawling it out. Everyone's taking shots. Everyone's taking damage. And anyone could go down at any moment. A singular mistake could spell disaster for their team.
This is such a tight battle here. And you see that they were trying to get Amogus down, but Amogus so disciplined, not trying to chase, not trying to finish him off. Hey, if he's gone, let me switch, let me help my team out, and let me disengage and get back. But look at them targeting that Buccaneer to hopefully take it down. And there it goes. Avenger 1's gone. Yep, Avenger 1 is gone. And that's going to be the first kill of the tournament. Floormat using those cannons, and Avenger 1 is out. Amogus chasing down the Buccaneer. The Buccaneer is next.
And Andros follows.
Andros is gone as well. Great job by Amogus and St. Nick's. And this is going to discombobulate Avenger Squadron Blue all over. And this is going to put Shadow Moses up 1-0, man. What a first round.
What a fight. What a fight. It all came down to it. Avenger 1 came in, tried to take out Floormat. Floormat saw it coming. He knew he was the target. He swapped over and got a couple shots. They hit, and Avenger 1 went down, quickly followed by Andros Red, and then they just had to mop up 4 pigs. That was a fight for the ages.
Yeah, that was a good battle there. I mean, Avenger Squadron Blue doing a great job. I think they got this, man. I think they can... if they're not believing in themselves right now, that was a great matchup overall. They should be able to, continue getting that momentum. Just a little, missed positions there, and I think they should be able to bring down Shadow Moses. It was a good back and forth throughout this entire round 1. So let's go into round 2. Let's make some adjustments, and let's see what Avenger Squadron Blue, has to say going into this grand finals. Because I feel like if Shadow Moses takes this round number 2, they only need one more round, and then they're grand champions. But I think Avenger Squadron Blue is going to bring it this in round 2. They can't make a mistake, because remember what happened in the winners final, right? Shadow Moses, you blinked and the match ended very, very quickly.
Yep, exactly. And like you said, Avenger Squadron needs to get this. They do have one more match that they can technically afford to lose, but let's be honest here, no team wants to go for that. We want to test out the strategy. They understood exactly what Shadow Moses was doing, and perhaps they'll go in with a little bit more strategy here. Maybe they'll make a ship choice change. It's not likely, though. Avenger Squadron seems to be comfortable in what they have going. They just need to be able to put more DPS on Floormat and be able to take him down. Amogus and St. Nick's, maybe if they're 500 meters out of range, when that engagement happens, it could turn the tides. Literally very difficult, very close fight, and I'm just can't wait to see what this next battle happens. Shadow Moses looking for 2 more wins to dump them out of the finals and become champions.
Here we go, guys. It's quiet. We're all anticipating another incredible matchup. This is what the grand finals is all about. Leading up to this, man. Again, if you guys want to keep up with the bracket, get ! bracket in the channel. You guys, or in the description on YouTube, you guys should be able to check out the bracket there. Take a look at it. But man, this is it's crazy that a lot of these rounds are very close, but it's not, one's not winning over the other. We haven't seen a 2-1 since the losers round one, which is pretty insane. Throughout the entire winners bracket, has been 3-0s, 2-0s, and 3-0s the entire time. So it's pretty insane that everybody's keeping up. But I think Avenger Squadron Blue a little bit more tweaks, man. And just I think they got it, man. This is a very good grand finals. This is exactly how it's supposed to be. These two teams are really going at it in this 3v3.
Yep, completely agree. I'm not sure if they want to switch up the strategy a little bit. We understand that the Avenger Squadron team has a high group of interceptors. Perhaps if they focus the Santuck Yai and be able to move in and out of the fight a little bit more, as obviously you were able to see that they were able to get a few disengages before that final shot took A1 down before the falling of the rest of the team. If they do target Amogus or St. Nick's, it should be maybe an easier target than Floormat if he's a smaller target there. The Santuck Yai has been putting in a lot of damage on Andros the Red, 4Pigs, and Avenger 1. Perhaps being able to hit it at range might allow them to secure a victory. If they can pepper that shot and make sure those shields don't regen, we could see a whole different fight. But again, not exactly sure how it's going to play out. Both teams at high levels communicating to the best of their ability, ready to go. Now, both teams completely warmed up. Nobody is fighting cold. Everybody ready for the best fight of their life. It all comes down to this: the practice, training, meticulous, looking over all the data points, picking the ships that suit their pilots the best, picking the ships that fill that role that they need on the team. We're going to see it play out here in a few moments when the teams are ready.
Yeah, I like the strategy where 4Pigs is, sticking with that Scorpius no matter what. He can probably switch to that Santuck Yai, but he's like, nah, probably more comfortable in the Scorpius overall, because normally when you saw the switch to the Santuck Yai, it was mostly Andros the Red flying most of those ships, Santuck Yai, Arrow, and then the Buccaneer now. So, but I'm liking this composition. I feel like, again, some small adjustments here from Avenger Squadron Blue, they'll be able to take a match. No team changes going into this next round, ladies and gentlemen. For those of you guys watching at home, it's going to continue with the same ships, N50, Scorpius, and Buccaneer for Avenger Squadron Blue, and then Shadow Moses is going to stick with the Blade, Gladius, and Santuck Yai. Man, it's so deadly how much that when Floormat gets those hits with those cannons, how much deadly that damage is, man. And
They're
these teams
engaging.
need to be careful.
Yeah, no, they need to be extremely careful. Just like you said, the fight is on right now. Avenger 1 is pushing in. Again, they are targeting, it looks like, St. Nick's at this moment right now. Floormat staying close to St. Nick's, but 4Pigs is disengaging at the moment. Amogus is trying to take some shots. They're pulling out as well. They're trying to bait SM to take the engagement. Again, they are focusing St. Nick's. They're prioritizing that Santuck Yai, getting that shots down, and they're trying to whittle him down a little bit. But St. Nick's is very close to his teammates, and Avenger 1 is focusing them. Andros the Red is all switching in, switching out. Can Shadow Moses do this? They're getting some good hits on it. Andros the Red goes down. Just a few hits from Floormat, takes down Avenger Squadron is down 2-3.
Wow. Unfortunately, I think them that wasn't great. Trying to concentrate on that Santuck Yai a lot. Floormat to just putting those couple hits on Andros the Red, taking him out, and this might be a quick round number 2. That is super unfortunate, catching him out of that position, and you see Floormat just freely getting in that damage of that M50, and that looks like it's probably going to be it here, and that's going to put Shadow Moses up 2-0 versus Avenger Squadron Blue. That's tough, man. That's a tough one.
4Pigs is taking some heavy hits. It's definitely in Shadow Moses' favor right now. They're not entirely out, but right now they're in the back. They're in the back foot. It all has to come down to Avenger 1 and 4Pigs. Amogus, Floormat, and St. Nick's working at it. Amogus focusing that Scorpius. St. Nick's not allowing them to get an engagement on him. And they're just trading shots as 4Pigs escapes. They're all in a line, and they just can continue doing damage over time. This is absolutely wild.
Yeah, they're going to try to
shot.
Yeah, no, they're trying to regroup right now. But I mean, when you go up, when you're at a disadvantage already to a team like Shadow Moses, I mean, you're gonna need some type of luck to, have somebody peel away and be able to do the damage you need to do. But that was a quick one here. Avenger 1 gets
destroyed. St. Nick's lasers him down, swats him out of the sky in that M50. And we're looking at the cleanup on 4 pigs again in the Scorpius.
Yep,
And he goes
unfortunately
down.
there,
It's over.
you know, those small mistakes, man, every time Shadow Moses is going to capitalize on those mistakes, and Andros just didn't have that, you know, trying to get away. But it's crazy how you see Amogus, like, already knows that, like, Amogus, like, instantly switches, and you see, like, St. Nick's or Floormat just finishing them off because, like, they have that, I don't know, they communicate telepathically or have that anticipation already of, like, I know my team is going to clean this up. They have those perfect moments where, hey, he got it. I'm going to switch out. I have, you know, the enough damage, putting that trust in his team, so then he can switch out and then put his concentration on another member from Avenger Squadron Blue. So that way they're not hitting floor mat and they can peel off while he does the damage that he needs. So it's pretty insane play right now. This is such at a high level these both teams are playing at. And a little mistake, you know, made Avenger Squadron Blue that this round 2 went by so quickly. Another blank moment for us.
Yes, yeah, it's all down to this last fight here. Avenger Squadron need to pull something out of their hat and take down Floormat and St. Nick's and Amogus. They need to get this W. Are they switching things out? Maybe trying something new? Will it work for them? This is their last opportunity. And it just seems that they were focusing St. Nick's to get that Santuck damage, to get that fight down. But Floormat and Amogus were just right on their tail. They were too quick to guard St. Nick's, and they were able to get the shots they needed to take out Andros the Red, that Buccaneer not being tanky enough for that blade.
All right,
Looks like we
here
got a couple
guys.
swaps coming through.
Yep, it looks like it so far. This is going to be probably the last swap. Let's see if it plays out for them. But this is one more round, guys. If Shadow Moses win this one, they're going to be your Fight or Flight 2955 Grand Champions. And there's only one more match to play. Again, I want to see Avenger Squadron Blue step up to the plate. I think they've done great throughout this entire tournament. I think they can still step up and get that damage that they need. Just those moments, man, like they had such a great round 1, and then just round 2, you know, they have no advantage whatsoever, and then it's gone. You know, it's tough.
Yeah, this fight seems to be that it will be a great turning point. Either Avenger Squadron will have to sweep Shadow Moses in the next 3 fights, or Avenger Squadron will be knocked down. But there are a few swaps coming into play here. We're going to see a really close range fight coming in on this next one. It's going to be an absolute bloodbath. We have Floormat on the Blade, Amogus in the Gladius, St. Nick still in the Santuck Yai, and we have Avenger 1 swapping over to the Anvil Arrow, 4 pigs in the Gladius, and Andros the Red in the Santuck Yai as well. Almost pseudo mirror match. Only difference, Avenger 1 is in the Arrow and Floormat in the Blade. Which team will be victorious? It's going to come down to who's got tight aim, who's got good coordination and comms, and in that brawl fight is where all the cards will be played on the table.
Yeah, and one thing I want to mention here, let's talk a little bit about, you know, some of these controls that, you know, people are using. I mean, you see, I know that for sure Amogus and Floormat, they use mouse and keyboard, and then I believe St. Nick is using Homas, which is going to be what do you call it? Stick on mouse.
Hands on mouse.
However,
Mouse and
yep.
stick.
Yep, that shit right there. Sorry. Man, I ain't gonna lie, man. Waking up early and staying up late, these tournaments have been incredible, but my fatigue is kicking in as well. But yeah, so and then we have I believe is gonna be Avenger Squadron. Let's see what they're got and what they're using here currently right now. But yeah, both Avenger 1 and 4 pigs are using Hosa, so they're using dual sticks, and then you have Andros the Red using Homas. So you know, everybody's saying that mouse and keyboard has a little bit of an advantage this time around when it comes to what do you call it, when it comes to master modes. But
master modes,
yep.
Yeah. The thing is go ahead, it shows that everybody is, no matter what you're doing, no matter what setup you have, you can be competitive. You can focus up, you can grab hands, you can grab sticks, you can grab pedals, you can grab just keyboard and mouse, and as long as you put in the time and training and practice, you can get to a high level skill.
I think once, you know, anybody practices, depending on what they're using, it doesn't matter. But I mean, at this high level, I think any little, you know, that 1% is where this plays in, you know, where this comes into play. That 1% is so important. So using mouse and keyboard. But I'm excited to see. Right, this is probably the last tournament in master modes, and we'll get hopefully a new and better version of the flight model here going into next year, into next year's tournament. So it's just gonna make more things interesting. When the one thing I don't want to see is just like just seeing this the different compositions across the board. But here we go. Match is about to start. Will this be the last match of the day? And will we crown Shadow Moses your grand champions? Or will Avenger Squadron Blue adjust, dominate, and take the first game from Shadow Moses going into this tournament? Thunder Lake, it's on you, man.
All right. Here it comes. The potential final match. Avenger Squadron has a hill to climb. They definitely have swapped strategies, and they are practicing these ships. They're very interested to see. This fight could go either way very quickly. St. Nick's and Amogus ready for that floor mat to be engaged on. They're probably going to attack the blade, but we'll see. 4 pigs moving in, right? St. Nick's is looking at the enemy team now. Avenger Squadron nice and tight, very focused, and the engagement begins at long range. Santuck v. Santuck firing the shots at the opposing side. Avenger 1 taking some pop shots as well. Not much damage coming through at this range. Both teams with full boost pools, just waiting for one to make a move. St. Nick's taking a couple extra hits. They're firing. Amogus is firing. Oh, and the arrow is now in trouble. The arrow has been merged on by Amogus. Avenger 1 needs to get out of this fight. He's moving away. The Santuck is chasing, and Avenger 1 is taken down by the Santuck Yai. Amogus is taking some heavy hits as well. 4 pigs is destroyed. Format throws him into the grave. Andros is by himself in the Santuck Yai. He's losing a wing. And Santuck Yai has been in trouble. Andros is focusing Floormat. Floormat just holding his shield. He's got 9 shots. The Santuck Yai is trading. Right now, can Amogus and St. Nick's get in here? It's just Floormat and Andros Red. Shadow Moses is coming in and taking out the Santuck Yai. It's all over for Avenger Squadron. They just got kicked in the dojo.
Here we go. Shadow Moses, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be your official grand champion here. St. Nick's and I don't know what that was. I think St. Nick's is soft def currently at this time. But I mean, I don't think that was gonna matter. That seeing that arrow go down that quickly, that was it was fate at that moment. So, but here we go, another win in the books for Shadow Moses. Let's get back to the desk here, and let's see what Zero State thinks.
Man, I gotta tell you, that's a clinic.
Yeah.
Every time you tune in, that's a clinic.
Like,
These 3
honestly,
fights,
man, I'm
Go ahead.
gonna say, like, the round 1, they play so well, and they just like they need to stay within that pace that they had the round 1. They try anything else, Shadow Moses is just gonna completely discombobulate the entire team.
Yeah.
But anyways,
Yep.
Zero State, what you got for us, man?
Man, I'll tell you what, that fight 1 really had me excited. AVS, and they were kind of getting chipped away, but they were hanging with Shadow Moses in that first fight. They were using their ships to the best of their ability. They were using their ships to their strengths. It was just really hard, I think, for them to keep that level up the entire time. Shadow Moses kind of calmly, coolly doing business as usual, right? You could tell that AVS kind of had them a little bit on their heels, and they had to adjust to that. They did that pretty well in fight 1. Fight 2, I think both teams kind of were confident in their ship choices. No ship changes there. And Shadow Moses kind of shows you why they're the best of the best, right? They make adjustments and they say, hey, let's do pretty much what we did, because we did win fight 1, but let's do it better this time. Let's focus a little bit better this time. Let's push this. So in the first fight, I think the Buccaneer did a pretty good job of staying distant, and Andros and the Buccaneer did a pretty good job of keeping himself safe. You could tell Shadow Moses, I mean, one of the things I wrote down in my notes before that first fight was, if that Buccaneer can stay safe, AVS has a chance here. If Shadow Moses catches that Buccaneer, their aim is not going to let it get away, right? And they did a good job, AVS did, of keeping that Buccaneer safe and allowing it to do some damage throughout the fight. They just got whittled down, and eventually you had to have that fight, and they lost a ship, and there you go. It was mop up 3v2. In fight number 2, I think Shadow Moses probably thought, or at least said to themselves, hey, let's get that Buccaneer. We got to focus hard on that. They pushed pretty hard to get the Buccaneer. Floor mat in the blade, extremely effective with those cannons. You could see several clips during this, both fight 2 and fight 3 specifically, where he was just nailing shots. We might see one come up here as he gets close to Andros here. It's just hitting those shots. Boom, boom, right? Getting big shots, getting big damage, takes him out just like that. So you saw that throughout fight 2 and fight 3 especially, that they really leaned, especially in fight 2, on floor mat, getting that third-party top-down view and hitting those shots with those cannons. Super, super effective. And you could tell AVS knew that was happening, and they were trying to get that blade down. They were really trying to damage, especially in fight 1, they were able to damage him quite a bit and just couldn't do enough. He did a great job protecting the blade in fight 2 as well. And then in fight 3, I think A1 or Avenger Squadron, they tried something else, right? They said, hey, let's get an arrow in there. Let's get a little bit more damage output, than what we had before in the M50. And the question, a question I kind of asked myself in my notes was, can AV1 deal damage in that arrow? Can they extend this fight out a little bit and make that arrow more effective? Amogus in fight 3 really surprised me, and I had a big smile on my face because he went super, super aggressive. And he hadn't been quite as aggressive. He was kind of playing his role in the team. And I think they switched that up a little bit. He said, hey, I got this, right? And he went super aggressive, helped take out A1 pretty fast. Floor mat probably had a big smile on his face because I think he got to see a Gladius pancake, as we talked about yesterday a lot. You see a Gladius pancake and you smile, typically. And it just goes to show you that Shadow Moses, throughout these 3 fights, shows you that against some of the best pilots in the world here, right, they are prepared to fight anyone with any ship, with any team comp, with any strategy, and have a very, very good chance of coming out on top. And that kind of shows you how good they are at that, right? How good their communication is, how good their adjustments are. They stick with the same ships. They decide what their strat is. And then when the other team comes with a totally different strat, they say, here's how we're going to handle this one because we've handled it 10 times before. It's, ice through their veins, right? It's very, very fun to watch. So congrats.
No, congrats to them, man. Good job. I think this is, if I go back to Fight or Flight and I go back to our archives, I'm going to just go back real quick, but I think we're seeing Shadow Moses, this is the highest placement, number 1 for Avenger Squadron. So this is one of their highest placements. And then we had Fight or Flight 2v2 tournament back in 2022. And then we had another one in 2953, 2954. So this is our 4th year doing this, and I think Shadow Moses has won 3 of 4 Fight or Flight tournaments so far. So very, 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 very crazy overall. Very, very good job to them. I think honestly, going back to Manchester meeting Floor mat and Amogus, really, really 2 great dudes. So congrats to them. Thunder Lake, any last thoughts on this matchup, man? I'm a little bit bummed out, guys, to be honest. I wanted to see Avenger Squadron Blue take a match or 2 away from them, but just the adjustments just couldn't come together for them. So,
well, yeah, my thoughts are that they were the best team to give that shot a try. We saw that obviously coming in 2nd place, they put it all on the line there. They earned their spot as number 2 here in the tournament. Giving them pressure for sure, even taking out format one of those fights a while back. Honestly, my final thoughts are the tournament has been a crazy, cool, and interesting, successful tournament for the highest level players. We've seen a lot of fights go either way, some spin arounds. It's been very entertaining, and Shadow Moses definitely has earned their spot at the top here with the amount of practice, training, and capabilities that they're able to amass on the table here. Avenger Squadron, same thing. Liberty Reapers, Iron Point, all these guys coming from all the way top down to the bottom. Everyone's been putting their blood, sweat, and tears in this one, and everyone came out to fight. We saw different strategies, gameplays, transitions. We had, obviously there was a couple of collisions, but some of those didn't really affect the fight. Nobody was trying to do that, but the Santuck Yai really proving its worth in these fights as well, and the strategies of each team coming to fruition in some of those matches previous, both in the losers bracket and in the final fights. And Shadow Moses seems to have gone undefeated all the way to the top here today.
Yeah, it's been guys, it's been an incredible tournament. So I just want to say real quick, a big shout out to all of our staff. volunteers, man. I'm telling you, when I talk about this, I get emotional because I've been doing this stuff with this team for 8 years, 8+ years now. We're trying to bring live tournaments into the fray. There's a lot of emotion, a lot of work in the back end that people don't see, and I just want to, give my team a lot of love from all of our officials, to everybody who's doing the lobbies, to our production. Like, seriously, man, thank you guys so much. Without these people, we can't put on a show like this. And the crazy part is too is that this all can be improved. This all can be better. We just need the people to do it. So I'm gonna say it one more time. If you guys are interested in growing this, jump into the Discord, man. Discord.gg/Atmo Esports. Don't be scared. Whether you're a graphic artist, man, we need the help of everyone as much as possible. Once again, shout out to the PvP Council for you guys helping us put the entirety of the rules together and keeping things competitive and fair across the board. And it's been an incredible tournament. We're gonna have a quick interview, I believe, with some of our winners. I believe is gonna be Saint Nick's and Floormat here coming on soon. But let's take a last look at our bracket. And again, guys, it's gonna be Shadow Moses is gonna be your grand champions. So make sure you guys are showing them some love in the chat. They're gonna be taking home a good portion of that crowdfunding money. We've raised $2,288. And don't forget the 29 cents, guys. Okay, don't forget. So top four is going to be paid out. So if you guys are, since the price pool exceeded $2,000, the price pool will be split across the top four teams. So a big shout out to also to Matt Chirino for, accepting our partnership and giving us a lot of the free tools to be able to crowdfund across the way. So if you guys haven't contributed and claimed that free code, Matt Chirino, guys, make sure you guys go there, send the link to your friends, have them claim that free code. There's only 7 left, so make sure you guys contribute. So, I mean, guys, looking at the bracket, man, Zero State, anything that you felt would have played different? Looking at the bracket myself, I think this is how I thought it was going to play it out. Even though I wanted it to be different, it looks exactly the way that it should have looked like. But what are your thoughts? Your final thoughts?
Yeah, I think after watching these teams, fight throughout the day, yesterday and today, the bracket did really shape up kind of how we expected it to. For the most part, there was a few surprises for me. The Iron Point Cinderborn match, I would have liked to see that go, 2-1 one way or the other. But really interesting. Also a little bit surprised here that, and like I said, AVS came pretty close in this grand finals match in that first fight. Yep. That could have kind of gone either way, given a couple of different situations, a couple of different merges. I mean, really, a lot of these fights end up being, 1 or 2 merges away from going a totally different direction. And that's very cool to see. So, but overall, I think it did play out pretty much how we expected. I'd love to see a lot of these teams come back, spend the next year, spend the next 6 months, whatever it's going to be till our next event, getting better, like make yourselves, work together, work on your call outs, and fight together, fight as a team, and have a lot of these teams come back and do better each year. It's really cool seeing a lot of these teams grow.
Yep, no, I totally agree there, man. Thunder Lake, anything you thought would have seen different? How you feeling about looking at the bracket here now that it's finalized?
Yeah, I think the only one that I didn't predict in the top 6 was Planeptune. Definitely saw a lot of the fights that they came out of nowhere, in my opinion. I obviously need a little bit more research to do, but Breaker Squadron always putting up a great fight versus them. But yeah, Avenger Squadron, Shadow Moses, Iron Point, Cinderborn, Liberty Reapers, and Planeptune, great on all of those teams for making it the final 6. And then top 4, Shadow Moses, Avenger Squadron, Liberty Reapers, and Iron Point. Nice work on all teams. Everyone's been putting a lot of hard work in these, you could definitely tell that from your experience. If you're a PvPer, you could tell certain these teams would fall in certain categories. But, when it comes to strategy and you don't know exactly how the fights are going to do, it's a roll of the dice each time you go into it. But when you practice and train as much as these groups do, you can definitely see results and you see it play out in the bracket. So no, the bracket looks amazing. It's been a great fight and it's been a great time. Appreciate everyone having us up here.
All right, well, let's get back to the desk here, and I believe we got Floormat on the call. Floormat, ding, 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 ding. You there?
Hello.
Hey, man,
hey,
how
buddy.
You doing? How you feeling?
Feeling pretty good.
I imagine
he's
so.
always so casual, bro. He's always like, yeah, this is so normal.
Yeah.
Oh man. Format, I mean, look, man, I'm gonna kick things off your way. Of course, man, you guys did very, very well. Any worries at all that Avenger Squadron Blue would have adjusted and came back, or you guys just felt confident throughout the whole thing?
I would say there was always a little bit of discussion about, oh, whoa, they swapped up to something we didn't expect. Um, but we were never unprepared. We were confident that we could deal with it and adjust to whatever was brought.
Awesome, man. I mean, you guys did a great job, man. Dominated across the tournament. I mean, I'm gonna ask one more question. Zero State, I'll throw it to you, and then Thunder, like, if you guys have any questions of your own. But Floor Man, what is the preparation like for these tournaments, man? I know you guys are very active across the board. You guys, train a lot every single day. But I want to know that, what was training like going from a 2v2 scenario to 3v3? I know you love 2v2, but how do you feel about 3v3 now that you've, won the tournament overall?
Okay, I'll try to answer that in two parts. First, the training. The training is pretty hard. We don't like to lose, so we set a very high bar on the training for ourselves. We started practicing for this about 2 months ago, and as much as we could, we practiced every single day, for at
Uh,
least an hour or two. On the note of the sorry, could you reiterate the other one?
Yeah, just the difference between 2v2 and 3v3, because I know how
Oh,
much you
right.
love 2v2. So
2v2s. I like 2v2s. I think it ties in nicely to the practice because the main reason I like 2v2s is that they're easier to practice. You get one dude, you fight two other dudes, you got four people. The rounds are fast, you get lots of reps, and it just feels good. You get in a nice flow. 3v3s, you need six people. It's a lot. It's a lot to coordinate. However, the gameplay is pretty good. Um, you get some really interesting strategies, some really interesting ship comps as well this year. Really, like really good ship comps this year. I think like Montic from CIG has been doing a lot of rebalancing lately. Did a really good job that you wouldn't have seen in 2v2, but you got
yep,
to see in 3v3.
yep, couldn't have said it any better there. So shout out to Montech. Zero State, any questions from your end for our grand champions here?
Yeah.
Sorry we didn't get the other two on, guys, but I know Floor Matt can speak for them fairly well. But yeah, Zero State, go ahead.
Yeah, I hear that they communicate telepathically, so he should be able to just, get their thoughts during the interview here,
Mhm.
right?
Of course.
So I guess Format from your perspective, and this has been so you really seem to find a groove with the blade towards the end of the tournament here, and that was really fun to watch. It was really fun to watch people try to kill you too, because they knew how dangerous that could be to let a blade fly around like that. So can you describe maybe for the audience just a little bit? And I've been here too. Can you describe kind of the feeling or the way that it turns a fight when you splash somebody with those blade cannons? You get that really good pancake, you lead the target just right, and you splash them. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Oh man, you're talking about the best feeling in the world. That is it.
Yeah.
Getting high damage cannons onto target, bam, 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 boom. That's it. Because it feels good to hit. It feels good to see the explosion, and it feels even better to know how far ahead you are in the fight now as a
Yeah.
result of that.
Yeah, you basically described PvP in a nutshell, I think, in StarCitizen. That's great. Feels good to see the explosion. The other question I had was maybe a little bit more serious one. I've heard some serious allegations that you actually don't just use mouse. You actually use a Dance Dance Revolution pad underneath your chair. Confirm, deny?
No, no, I wouldn't dare use my feet for playing this game. How
Oh,
could you?
okay. All right. All right. I'll back off. You heard it here. You heard it here,
You,
chat.
you said you have to
Yo,
pay for
GG's,
that.
Matt. That was really fun to watch. That was really fun to watch.
Oh man, Thunder, like, any questions for our grand champions?
Yeah, no, I mean, Format is an excellent performance. Always a pleasure to see you performing at the top level and getting in here. The only question that I have is the how did you expect the bracket to turn out as it did? I think you guys only didn't lose a single round during the fight. And you only lost 3 ships overall to any sort of fire. I did see that you went down one time just to ensure that Burby could not buy you pedals. So what's that feeling like when it comes to the bracket and how successful you guys were.
Yeah, so on the bracket, I think there were some surprises, but they were sort of expected, sort of not. Just to sort of touch on some examples, I think Iron Point and Cinderborn, shout outs to them. They did great. They really went a little further than I was expecting. Cinderborn, their first year in it, right? Get all the way
Yep.
to what was it, fifth place, tied.
Yep.
Iron Point,
Yeah.
last year they brought two teams. Neither of them got any wins. This year, fourth place in the money. Really, really great stuff to see. Otherwise, the Avenger LR matchup, we kind of thought was a toss up. We would never have expected a 3-0, though, either way. We thought that would have been, game 4, game 5 type of deal. But you know what? It happens. On the deaths thing, that comes with flying the blade. When you're that focused, that's just if you misplay, 20 seconds, whatever, pop. There he goes. So I'm really thankful I had teammates to carry me through the spots where I did, crumble under the pressure a bit.
No, it was good. It was a great performance, great showing. It's always great to see you in action. So, I really appreciate you guys coming out here and dishing out some damage and showing the world basically what it takes to become, top StarCitizen organization. So, great work.
Thank you.
Well, floor mat, of course, as always, man, I want to make sure, obviously keep it clean. You're a guy that keep it clean, but I'm just kidding. Just go ahead, man. Is there anything you want to say to the community that's currently watching? Obviously, the VOD will be up on YouTube. This VOD will be up on Twitch. But anything you want to tell the community, whether it's your parents, the PvP community, anything you want to say, man, I'm gonna leave the floor. It's all yours right now, my friend.
Yeah, this is for the whole PvP community. Don't be afraid to play the game, guys. Every 2 years, every 3 years, whatever it is, there's always a new flight model. People get really down about it, like, why should I practice in this one when there's a new one coming? And
Yep.
my answer to that is because playing the game right now with friends is fun. So you should just do it. Just have fun. Play the game. Show up to these tournaments. Enjoy it. You don't have to win. You could have a great experience anyway. Often the training for the tournament is just as fun as the tournament itself. Don't be afraid of PvP. Don't be afraid of getting into a game that changes anyway. You're not wasting your time.
Couldn't have said it any better, man. And a
Based
great
floor
advocate.
mat.
Yep. And a great advocate for the entire PvP community, to be honest, man. You're so involved. I appreciate your participation at all times. You're so patient. And just, thank you so much, man. Your congratulations to Shadow Moses again, to you, Floor Mat, to St. Nick's, to Amogus. You guys are great champions. We'll talk here shortly to get all you guys' information and get you guys some more nice ships. Since you guys already got Polarises, you guys will get some more nice ships coming your way. So thank you so
There you
much,
go.
Floor Mat. Take care, man, and enjoy the win, okay?
Thank you, guys.
All right. Well,
Take care.
ladies and gentlemen, guess get some floor mats or Shadow Moses in the chat, man. But I got to give it to Avenger Squadron, Liberty Reapers, to every single team who came out and competed, guys. Really, really appreciate it. Thank you guys all so much, man. This is what the competition is all about, man. And I'm just extremely happy across the board. We want to thank, of course, all the talent that came on to Fight or Flight. Dead Frag, Burks was here during the group stage. Zero State, as an analyst. Thunder Lake, a great addition. We'll work with you, Thunder Lake, if you want to continue doing this across the board. But guys, look, man, we're very picky with who we work with, but when we do pick the people that come on, man, it's always a pleasure to have them on. So thank you all to all the talent who came on and put on an incredible show. So with that being said, Thunder Lake, I'm going to give it to you. Anything you want to say before we
No,
have
nothing. No, I appreciate it. Take it easy, and everyone, just get in there, get some PvP going. Star Citizen's a great game. It's not going anywhere anytime soon, so we're just gonna keep seeing what they come out with, and then just keep enjoying the content. Be sure to stress yourself, play the game in the highest level that you can. Obviously, there's plenty of time for breaks, but just like I'll echo Format saying, just get in there, get in the fights, and do the reps, and you'll improve. And it's just a fun game. Appreciate you guys having me on as well. And yeah, we'll make sure more goth stuff comes out if Blight Veil can take over. So take it easy.
Well, the one thing I'll say is that like the PvP community knows what you look like. So if y'all make fun of him, I'm gonna come after your ass. Yeah, you better chill, bro. I got your back, Thunder. Like, don't worry, man.
I'm just chilling, dude. I didn't expect to do this, this weekend, but I knew that it needed to happen. So I usually step in when there's there's a need.
Hey, man, when you got love for the community in the game, it doesn't matter, right? Everybody's been seeing my face for 8 years. I'm pretty sure people are tired of it, but it's all good, though. Zero State,
Nope.
any words from you, my friend? Of course. Make sure you guys are following Zero State, guys, on his Twitch channel. Most consistent streamer in StarCitizen aside from Power GPU. But, yeah, man, go for it.
I tell you what, I will echo again what Floormat said. I think that was really graceful in what he said. The game isn't just for one type of person. It's not just for the best pilots. You get in there, like everybody started at zero, right? Everybody came into this game. All these PvPers started going, I just blew up on my hangar and I don't know why, or whatever. What's decoupled mean, right? That kind of stuff. Everybody starts somewhere, and they made it to these places. So get in the game. Don't be afraid to die. Don't be afraid to fly, right? And there's nothing wrong with that. If you're going to have fun, that's all that matters. It's a video game. Have some fun, right? So I'll echo a lot of what the people have said before us, but huge shout out to Atmo Esports. Huge shout out to all the viewers, you guys watching, tuning in. And a big shout out to all the competitors, all the teams that put all those hours in. It's so fun to watch that come together and to be able to stare at a screen and try to pick apart like what they're doing and how they're doing it and why they're doing it. Whether I'm right or wrong, it's fun to be able to do that. So thank you guys for giving me the opportunity to do that and being awesome competitors.
Yep. Well, with that being said, guys, that is going to be the conclusion of Fight or Flight 2955 with your champions, Shadow Moses. And one thing I'll say is that Daymar Rally is coming up, baby, on January 24th. Daymar Rally is back in action. So, hey, if you don't PvP, maybe you want to race in the deadliest race in the verse. And I'm telling you, this year, we got some insane changes happening, and it's going to make the Daymar Rally better than ever. And hopefully, we're planning on getting probably the most racers we've ever had for the Daymar Rally going into next year. So, guys, there's still a lot more to do, a lot more to play, a lot more planning across all Atmo Esports events. Continue doing well, continue treating each other nice, man. All right, y'all don't need to be cursing each other out in the verse, because when y'all meet at CitizenCon, you're all gonna be like lovebirds the entire time. So that's just how it plays out
Every time.
But
every time.
Yeah, I know, right? I know. But again, thank you all for the opportunity for us to do this for you, the community, and we'll see you guys on the next Fight or Flight here coming up next year. Thank you all so much, and for those of you guys, we hope to see you at Enter Atmosphere 2956.